Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because I'd taken the day off work to do some touristy stuff in the city. I live in Brooklyn, but I don't get into Manhattan much. And I'd always wanted to check out this old castle-like building near the Upper East Side. You know the one? It's kind of famous, looks like it's straight out of a Gothic novel with turrets and stone walls, but it's tucked away between modern high-rises. I think it's a museum or something now, but back in the day, it was a private home. I'd read online that they had open tours, so I figured why not? It was a grey, overcast day, the kind where the sky feels heavy and low, and you just want to be indoors. The air was cool for early fall, with a dampness that seeped into your bones, and I remember pulling my jacket tighter as I walked up the steps to the entrance. The building was quieter than I expected. There were a few other people milling around, but not many. And the place had that hushed, echoey quality old buildings get, where every footstep sounds like a drumbeat. I paid for a ticket and wandered in, following the signs for the self-guided tour. The inside was just as imposing as the outside. High ceilings, dark wood paneling, and these huge ornate mirrors everywhere. It felt like stepping back in time, but in a way that made me a little uneasy, like I was intruding on someone else's life. I'd been meandering through the rooms for maybe an hour, just looking at the furniture and reading the little plaques, when I ended up in what the map called the family wing. It was a quieter part of the building, away from the main halls, and the lighting was dimmer, almost gloomy. The air smelled different here, dusty and sweet, like old perfume or dried flowers. I turned down a narrow hallway and saw a door slightly ajar with a small sign that said, "Dressing Room." Curiosity got the better of me, so I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was small, maybe 10 by 12 feet, with a single window that let in a weak grey light. It was furnished with a vanity table, a stool, and a large freestanding mirror in one corner. The mirror was old, with a tarnished silver frame, and it was angled in a way that reflected the room behind me. I remember thinking how eerie it looked, like something out of a Victorian photo. I walked over to the vanity, running my fingers over the wood. It was cool and smooth, with a few scratches here and there. I wasn't really looking for anything. I was just killing time, taking in the details. Then I glanced up into the mirror, and I saw her. For a split second, in the reflection, there was an old woman standing behind me. She was maybe a few feet away near the door, and she had white hair pulled back into a tight bun. She was wearing an old-fashioned dress, something long and dark, like navy or black, with high collars and lace at the sleeves, but her face, I couldn't see her face. It was blurry, indistinct, like someone had smudged it out with a thumb. My heart just dropped. I froze, my breath catching in my throat, and I could feel the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't like seeing a person. It was like seeing a shadow that had taken shape, but without any definition. I remember the cold sweat that broke out on my back, and my hands felt clammy all of a sudden. I whipped around, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears, but there was no one there. The room was empty, exactly as it had been. The door was still slightly open, and the hallway beyond was dark and silent. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at the spot where she'd been, my mind racing. Did I imagine it? Maybe it was a trick of the light, or my eyes playing games. But it felt so real. I could still picture the dress, the bun. It was vivid, like a photograph burned into my brain. I forced myself to move, to investigate. I walked over to the door and peered out into the hallway. Nothing. Not a sound, not a movement. I even stuck my head out and looked both ways, but it was deserted. The only noise was the faint hum of the building's HVAC system, which sounded like a distant whisper. I went back into the room and checked the mirror again, half expecting to see something, but it just showed my own pale, wide-eyed reflection. I looked around the room more carefully this time, noticing things I hadn't before. A faint pattern in the dust on the floor, a cobweb in the corner of the ceiling, the way the light from the window cast long shadows. I even knelt down and looked under the vanity, like a kid hiding, but there was nothing. Just more dust and a couple of stray pins, probably from someone's hair or clothes years ago. My hands were shaking, and I had to sit down on the stool for a minute to catch my breath. The room felt colder now, or maybe it was just me. I kept glancing at the mirror, afraid I'd see her again, but it stayed empty. I thought about leaving, just bolting out of there, but something kept me rooted to the spot. Curiosity, I guess, or maybe denial. I needed to prove to myself that it was nothing. I decided to look around the room more thoroughly. I opened the drawers of the vanity. They were stiff, creaking as I pulled them out. Inside, there were a few yellowed handkerchiefs, a hairbrush with strands of grey hair still tangled in it, and a small, tarnished silver locket. I didn't touch anything, I just looked, feeling like I was violating someone's privacy. The locket was closed, and I wondered if there was a picture inside, but I didn't have the nerve to open it. Everything in that room felt personal, intimate, like it had been left exactly as it was the last time someone used it. Then I noticed something else, a faint scent, like lavender and something else. Something musky. It wasn't strong, but it was there, and it seemed to come from the corner near the mirror. I walked over and saw that the wall behind the mirror had a slight discoloration, a patch where the wallpaper was darker, almost stained. I reached out and touched it. It felt damp, which was weird because the room seemed dry otherwise. My skin crawled, and I pulled my hand back quickly. I remember thinking, this is stupid. I'm freaking myself out over nothing. But the feeling of dread was real, a heavy weight in my chest. I must have spent another 10 minutes in that room, just pacing and looking, but I didn't find anything else. No signs of anyone else being there, no hidden doors, nothing. The whole time, I kept feeling like I was being watched, and I'd spin around every few seconds, expecting to see her, but there was never anyone. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I hurried out of the room, closing the door behind me, and made my way back to the main part of the building. My legs felt weak, and I had to lean against a wall for a moment to steady myself. The other tourists around me seemed normal, chatting and taking photos, and it made me feel even more isolated, like I'd stepped into some other reality for a few minutes. I found a bench in a hallway and sat down, trying to calm my nerves. That's when I saw one of the staff members, an older guy in a uniform, tidying up some brochures. I walked over to him, my voice a little shaky when I spoke. I asked him about the dressing room, trying to sound casual, like I was just interested in the history. I didn't mention what I'd seen. I was too embarrassed, and I didn't want him to think I was crazy. He nodded and said, "Oh, that room. That was the owner's mother's favorite room. She spent a lot of time in there, especially in her later years. People say she loved that mirror, would sit for hours just looking into it." He said it matter-of-factly, like it was a well-known fact. But then he added, "Sometimes visitors feel a little odd in there, but it's probably just the age of the place." My blood ran cold. The owner's mother. I didn't ask for more details. I didn't want to, but I could picture her, an old woman with white hair in a bun, wearing those old-fashioned dresses. It fit exactly with what I'd seen. I thanked him and walked away, my mind reeling. The rest of the day is a blur. I left the building soon after, and I remember walking through the streets of New York in a daze, the sounds of traffic and people feeling distant and muffled. I've replayed that moment in the mirror over and over in my head. Why did I see her? Was it a ghost or some kind of echo from the past? Or was it just my imagination triggered by the atmosphere? I don't know, and I probably never will. But what gets me is the face, or the lack of it. Why couldn't I see her face? It's like my brain registered everything else but blocked that part out, and it makes the whole thing even creepier. I haven't gone back to that building, and I don't think I ever will. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I'll catch a glimpse of myself in a mirror, and for a second, I'll remember that blurry, indistinct face, and I'll feel that same chill down my spine. It's been weeks, and I still can't explain it. Story 2. It was the winter I turned 17, the winter I got my driver's license. The cold that year had a bite to it that went right through your coat and settled in your bones. Our village, tucked away in the mountains of northern Italy, was always quiet, but in winter it became something else, a place of held breath and long blue shadows. The streets would be empty by 5 in the afternoon, everyone sealed up inside their homes with the shutters closed against the dark. The day it first happened was a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays were when my nonna needed her special bread from the bakery on the other side of the village, the one that stayed open late. My dad had been using the family car, so this was my first real solo drive, my first real taste of that freedom everyone talks about. The license was still warm in my wallet, a little plastic card that felt like a key to the whole world. I was driving my mom's little Fiat Panda, this tiny, boxy white car that rattled when you went over 50. The heater was blasting, fighting a losing battle against the cold seeping in through the thin metal of the doors. The road through the village is narrow, cobblestoned, and it winds between old stone houses with faded shutters. The streetlights are these old orange things that don't so much light up the street as cast a sickly dim glow, creating more pockets of shadow than they erase. I was coming up to the bakery crossroads. It's not a big intersection, just where the main road meets the little lane that curves up behind the church. There's a single, old-fashioned street lamp right on the corner, and that's where I saw him, an old man standing perfectly still under that orange light. It was the clothes that hit me first. It was freezing, properly below zero, and I had the heater on full and could still feel the chill. This man was wearing a short-sleeved linen shirt, the kind you wear in the height of summer, and a pair of light-colored trousers. No jacket, no hat, no scarf. Nothing. His arms were bare, pale and thin. He was just standing there, facing the road, his hands hanging limp at his sides. I slowed down automatically. You do that when you see someone just in case. As I got closer, my headlights swept over him. He didn't flinch. He didn't turn his head or shield his eyes. He just stared straight ahead, his eyes wide open, but completely blank. There was no expression on his face at all. It wasn't a look of confusion or being lost. It was just nothing, like a doll's eyes. His skin had a weird, waxy look under the street lamp, almost yellowish. My first thought was that he was unwell, maybe a nonno with dementia who'd wandered out. I came to a full stop a few meters from him. The engine of the Panda chugged quietly. I rolled down my window, the cold air slicing into the warm cabin. "Signore?" I called out. "Sta bene?" "Mister, are you okay?" Nothing, not a flicker. I felt a little prickle of unease then, a cold feeling that had nothing to do with the winter air. It was the stillness. People fidget, they breathe, they shift their weight. He didn't. He was a statue. I remember noticing the way the orange light didn't seem to cast a normal shadow behind him. It just sort of faded into the general gloom. Thinking he might be blind or deaf, I flashed my high beams at him. A quick 1-2, the light flooding over him, making his white shirt almost glow. That's when the fear really started, a cold little worm uncoiling in my stomach. When the bright lights hit him, he didn't react, not a blink. His eyes stayed wide open, fixed on some point in the darkness ahead of him. It was physically wrong. Your body forces you to blink against a sudden bright light. It's a reflex. He had no reflex. We stayed like that for what felt like a full minute, me in my idling car, him standing frozen under the light. The only sound was the chugging of my engine and the thump of my own heart in my ears. I didn't know what to do. I thought about getting out, but that feeling, that deep instinctual warning, told me not to. It screamed at me to stay in the car. So I did. I put the car in gear and drove slowly around him, giving him a wide berth. As I passed, I kept my eyes on him in the rearview mirror. He never moved. He just got smaller and smaller, that lone, summer-clad figure in a pool of orange light, until the road curved and he was gone. The rest of the drive home was a blur. My hands were tight on the steering wheel, my knuckles white. I kept checking the mirror, half expecting to see him standing in the road behind me. When I pulled into our little driveway, I sat there for a minute, just breathing, trying to shake off the weird, heavy feeling that had settled over me. I went inside, the warmth of the house feeling alien after the strangeness outside. My dad was in the kitchen making coffee. He looked up as I came in. "Got the bread?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, putting the paper bag on the table. I hesitated, then just blurted it out. I saw the weirdest thing. An old man down by the bakery crossroads. He was just standing there in the cold, wearing a summer shirt. I flashed my lights at him and he didn't even blink. The change in my dad was instant and terrifying. He slammed the coffee pot down on the counter so hard I thought it would shatter. Coffee sloshed over the side, sizzling on the hot plate. "What did you do?" he demanded, his voice low and tight, not loud but filled with a rage I hadn't heard from him before. He wasn't looking at the mess. He was staring straight at me, his face pale. I was stunned. I didn't do anything. I just drove past him. "Did you talk to him?" he snapped. "Did you stop? Did you get out of the car?" "No, I called out to him from the car, and then I flashed my lights, and then I left." "Don't you ever do that again," he said, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. He pointed a finger at me, and his hand was shaking. "You hear me? If you see him again, you don't stop. You don't talk to him. You don't look at him. You drive right past, and you ever look back. Do you understand me?" I just nodded, completely bewildered. The fear from the crossroads was nothing compared to the cold dread his reaction sent through me. He never acted like that. He was always the calm one. He turned his back to me, grabbing a cloth to wipe up the spilled coffee, his movements stiff and angry. The conversation was over. I didn't mention it again. I didn't tell my mom. I just tucked the memory away, a cold, sharp little stone of fear in the back of my mind. My dad's reaction had scared me more than the man himself. Life went on. A year passed. I turned 18. The memory of that night faded. Not gone, but softened around the edges, becoming more like a strange dream than something that had actually happened. It was another winter evening, almost exactly a year later. A Thursday, I think. My mom had asked me to drive her to a friend's house on the other side of the village to pick up some sewing patterns. It was already dark, the same deep, early winter dark. We were in the Panda again, me driving. We were talking about nothing important, about what we were going to have for dinner. And then we came to the bakery crossroads. My heart just dropped. It felt like it fell straight into my stomach. He was there, in the exact same spot, under the exact same street lamp. The same thin summer shirt, the same light trousers, the same blank, wide-eyed stare straight ahead. He hadn't moved an inch. It was like someone had paused a film a year ago and had only just now pressed play again. I instinctively slammed my foot on the brake, the car lurching to a halt. A small, strangled sound escaped my throat. My mom, who had been looking down at her phone, jolted forward. "What is it? What's wrong?" I couldn't speak. I just pointed, my hand trembling. She followed my gaze. I saw her face change in the dim light of the dashboard. All the color drained from it. Her mouth fell slightly open. Her hand flew to her chest. Dio mio, she whispered. My God. Mom, what is it? My voice was tight with panic. I saw him last year. I told Dad and he went crazy. She was just staring, her eyes wide with a fear I recognized. It was the same fear I'd felt, the same dread my dad had shown. It was a knowing fear. Drive, she said, her voice barely audible. Just drive, now. I didn't need telling twice. I stomped on the accelerator, the little car lurching forward. I sped past him, my eyes glued to the road ahead, refusing to look into the rearview mirror. I could feel him there, that presence, that unnatural stillness. We drove in silence for a full minute, the only sound the hum of the engine and our ragged breathing. We were well out of the village, on the dark road leading to the next hamlet, before she spoke. Pull over, she said, her voice shaky. I pulled onto a gravelly patch at the side of the road, the tires crunching. I turned off the engine. The silence that followed was immense and heavy. She took a deep, shuddering breath, like someone coming up for air after being underwater for too long. She was staring straight ahead into the darkness of the woods lining the road. His name was Lorenzo, she began, her voice low. He wasn't from our village. He was from a town further down the valley. It was the summer of 1982. A heat wave. They said it was the hottest summer in 50 years. She paused, gathering herself. I didn't say a word. I just listened, my hands still gripping the wheel. He was driving through the village, she continued. Late at night, no one knows why he was here. Maybe he was lost. His car, it broke down. Right there. Right at that crossroads. He got out to look at the engine, they think, and he had a heart attack right there on the side of the road. He was wearing a light summer shirt, just like you saw. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the car's dying heat. But that was summer. I saw him in the winter. It's freezing. I know, she said, turning to look at me. Her eyes were full of a deep, weary terror. He's not there, Caro. Not really. People have seen him for years, always in the same spot, always in those summer clothes, always with that empty look. A ghost? The word felt silly and childish in my mouth, but there was no other word for it. She nodded slowly. That's what they say. The story was, when he died, his eyes were wide open, staring at the road, staring at nothing. They say he doesn't know he's dead. He's just stuck, reliving those last moments, waiting for someone to help him with his car. And then I understood my father's rage. It wasn't anger at me. It was fear, a deep, primal, village fear of this thing that shouldn't be, this wrongness that appeared at the crossroads, a fear that his son had interacted with it, had flashed lights at it, had acknowledged it. Why did he get so mad when I told him? I asked. Because some people believe that if you acknowledge it, if you see it and you react to it, it sees you back, she whispered, and it might follow. We sat there in the dark for a long time after that. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The waxy skin, the unblinking eyes, the summer clothes in the dead of winter. A man who died of a heart attack in the heat, forever trapped in the cold, at the place his life ended. He wasn't a malevolent spirit from a story. He was just lost. A broken record of a moment of death, playing over and over again on a loop for 40 years. We never saw him again after that night. My mom and I never spoke of it to anyone else, especially not to my dad. It became our secret, a shared scar. But I think about him often, especially on cold winter nights when I have to drive through the village. I never slow down at the bakery crossroads. I never look too closely at the pool of light under that old street lamp. I just press a little harder on the accelerator and drive straight through, my heart hammering in my chest until I'm well past it. I don't know what he is. I don't know the rules. All I know is what I saw with my own eyes, what my mother confirmed, and what my father was too afraid to ever name. There's a man at the crossroads who doesn't know the year, who doesn't feel the cold, who never made it home that night in 1982. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, on a frosty evening, you'll see him standing there waiting for a help that will never come, staring into a darkness that only he can see. Story 3. Okay, so I've never actually told this to anyone before, not the whole thing, not with all the details. It's one of those things that sounds completely insane when you say it out loud, and part of me is still worried people will think I'm making it up. But I'm not. This happened. It was the middle of my sophomore year of college, and I was driving home for a long weekend. It was a 5-hour drive, and I'd done it a bunch of times, so I knew all the stops. This particular BP gas station was my usual halfway point. It was off the interstate, the kind of place that's just an island of light in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by thick woods on all sides. The parking lot was always a little cracked, and the fluorescent lights hummed so loud you could hear it from the car. I always stopped there to get a coffee, use the bathroom, and fill up the tank. It was just part of the routine. The night before this trip, I had a dream, and it wasn't one of those weird, fuzzy dreams you forget by lunch. This was different. It was hyper-realistic, like I was actually there. In the dream, my boyfriend at the time, Mark, was driving. We pulled into that exact BP station. It was dark out, just like it always was when I stopped. He put the car in park and said he was going in to prepay for the gas. I stayed in the passenger seat, just scrolling through my phone, waiting. Then this car pulled in. An older sedan, maybe a early 2000s Toyota Camry, a sort of beige gold color but dirty, like it hadn't been washed in months. It had one of those temporary spare tires on the back left, the little donut kind. 4 men were inside. I remember in the dream I just knew they were Hispanic. I don't know how I knew, I just did. They weren't just sitting there, they were arguing, yelling in Spanish. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was angry, sharp. I could see their faces clearly in the glow from the gas station lights. One of them, in the passenger seat, was holding a handgun, just resting it on his leg, like it was no big deal. I remember feeling a cold knot form in my stomach in the dream. I tried to look down at my phone to pretend I hadn't seen anything, but it was too late. The one in the passenger seat, the one with the gun, he looked right at me. Our eyes met through the 2 windshields. He said something to the driver, and then he opened his door and started walking towards our car. He wasn't running, just walking with this purpose, this calm, terrifying intent. He came right up to my window. I was frozen. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. He raised the gun, pointed it right at my face, and I saw his finger tighten on the trigger. There was no sound, no bang, just this immense shattering pressure in my head, and then I woke up. I literally jolted upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. I was covered in a cold sweat, and my head, right between my eyes, actually ached, a dull, phantom throb. I had to turn on the light and just sit there for 20 minutes, breathing, trying to convince myself it was just a dream. But it felt so real. The details were burned into my brain. The color of the car, the donut spare tire, the man's face. He had a short beard and was wearing a dark blue hoodie. I could picture it all perfectly. The next day, I was packed and ready to go. Mark was driving just like in the dream. I didn't tell him about it. What was I supposed to say? Hey, I had a nightmare we get murdered at the BP, so maybe let's skip it. He'd have laughed it off. So I kept quiet. But the whole drive, that knot from the dream was back in my stomach. As we got closer to my usual exit, my hands started to feel clammy. I kept telling myself I was being stupid. It was just a dream, a weird, vivid dream. We took the exit. The trees closed in on both sides of the off-ramp, just like always. My heart was starting to beat faster. We made the left turn, and the BP sign came into view down the road, and then I saw it. Parked at the far end of the lot, away from the main pumps, was the car. The beige gold sedan, the dirty exterior, the little donut spare tire on the back left. My blood went cold. It was like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water down my back. I couldn't breathe. I just stared, my eyes locked on it, and there were 4 men standing outside of it. They were Hispanic, just like in the dream. They were talking, not yelling like in the dream, but their body language was tense, and one of them, the one leaning against the passenger side door, he had a short beard. He was wearing a dark blue hoodie, and he was holding a handgun, casually down by his side, partially hidden by his leg. It was him. It was the exact man from my dream, the one who walked over and shot me. Everything inside me screamed. It wasn't a thought. It was a pure animal instinct. Don't stop. The words came out of my mouth as a choked whisper. Mark was already slowing down, starting to turn into the lot. What? He asked, glancing at me. Don't stop. Keep driving. Now. My voice was higher, tight with a panic I couldn't control. He looked at me, confused. What are you talking about? I need gas. Mark, please, just drive. Please, don't stop here. I was gripping the dashboard, my knuckles white. I couldn't take my eyes off the group of men. The one with the gun shifted his weight, and the light glinted off the metal in his hand. Maybe it was the sheer terror on my face, but Mark didn't argue. He accelerated, the car surging forward past the entrance to the gas station. I twisted in my seat, watching through the back window as the BP and that car and those men shrank into the distance. My whole body was trembling. I felt nauseous. What the hell was that about? Mark asked, his voice a mix of annoyance and concern. I just shook my head, my throat too tight to speak. I couldn't form the words. How could I explain it? I finally managed to stammer out something about a bad feeling, that the guys looked sketchy. He accepted it, grumbling about having to find another station, but he was mostly just weirded out by my reaction. We drove in silence for another 10 minutes, until we found a different gas station, a brightly lit shell that felt 1,000,000 miles away from that BP. I stayed in the car the entire time he was pumping gas and paying. I locked the doors and watched the road, half expecting to see that beige sedan pull in. It didn't. The rest of the drive home was quiet. I was too shaken to talk. All I could think about was the sequence of events, the dream. Waking up with the phantom pain in my head and then seeing it all laid out in real life, exactly as my sleeping brain had predicted. It wasn't a déjà vu feeling. It was a precise, horrifying replay. The car, the men, the gun, everything. I never went back to that BP station, ever. On every trip home after that, I'd drive right past that exit, my heart doing a little nervous flutter every time. I'd look over, and sometimes I'd even see that same gold sedan parked there, though I never saw the men again. I don't know if they were drug dealers having a dispute, or if they were just some guys with a gun who, for some reason, in some way, my subconscious decided were a threat to me specifically. I don't know what their argument was about. I don't know what would have happened if Mark had pulled in and gotten out of the car, but I know what I saw in that dream. I felt the gun pointed at my face. I felt that pressure. And I saw the same man, with the same gun, in the same place, at the same time I'd seen him in my sleep. I can't explain it. I've tried. A coincidence? The brain's ability to recognize patterns and potential danger? Some kind of precognition? I have no idea. All I know is that something, somehow, showed me a glimpse of a possible future. A really, really bad one. And because of that, we drove away. I've spent years wondering if that dream was the only reason we didn't end up as a headline on the local news. I guess I'll never know for sure, and maybe that's the most frightening part of all. Story 4. It was one of those mornings where you wake up and just know it's going to be a long day. Not for any particular reason, just a feeling in your bones. My alarm had gone off at 4:45, like it always does on weekdays, and I'd hit snooze twice like I always do. The room was freezing. I remember fumbling for the thermostat, my fingers clumsy with sleep, and cursing under my breath when I saw it was already set to 68. The cold was just coming right through the walls. I got ready in the dark, not wanting to turn on the big light and really wake myself up. The routine is automatic. Shower, brush teeth, get into the work clothes I'd laid out the night before. I skipped making coffee. I always stop at the Red Fern Diner on my walk to the office. It's this little 24-hour place about halfway between my apartment and work, and their coffee is terrible, but it's cheap and it's hot and it's part of the ritual. It makes the walk feel less like a death march. So I stepped out into the pre-dawn blackness. It was that deep, quiet dark you only get in the dead of winter, around 5:30 in the morning. No one else was stupid enough to be out. The streetlights cast these weird, long shadows that seemed to move on their own. My breath plumed out in front of me, and the only sound was the scuff of my boots on the gritted-up sidewalk. I had my head down, my hands shoved deep in my pockets, just counting down the blocks until I could get that crappy coffee and feel some warmth. I was about a block away from the diner when I first felt it. It wasn't a sound or a sight, it was just an awareness. Like when you're in a room and you know with absolute certainty that someone is standing right behind you. You can't hear them breathing, you can't see their shadow, but every hair on your body stands up. That's what it was, this sudden, crushing knowledge that I was not alone. And then the pain hit. It wasn't like any headache I've ever had. It wasn't a slow build. It was an explosion. 1 second I was fine, just cold and tired, and the next a white-hot spike was being driven directly into the center of my forehead, right between my eyes. I actually stumbled, my knees buckling. I had to throw a hand out against a brick wall to keep from falling. The pain was so intense I saw flashes of light, like little camera bulbs popping off inside my skull. But it didn't stay in my skull, that was the worst part. It started to move. It felt like a liquid fire, this burning, invasive pressure drilling down from my head, through the back of my nose and into my throat. I could feel it physically, like a thick, hot worm trying to force its way down my windpipe. I gagged, my free hand flying to my neck. I couldn't breathe. It wasn't that my airway was blocked. It was that this thing was filling the space, pushing against my vocal cords, trying to get deeper. My thoughts started to scramble. It was like static on a TV, this horrible buzzing noise that wasn't a sound, but a feeling inside my head. And underneath the static, there was a presence. I can't describe it any other way. It was intelligent, it was ancient, and it was hungry. It wasn't just pain, it was a violation. This thing was trying to get inside me. It was trying to peel me open and crawl into the space where I was. I was pressed against this cold, rough brick wall, shivering uncontrollably, my eyes squeezed shut against the blinding pain. Tears were streaming down my face, freezing on my cheeks. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic, panicked bird. And this thing, this force, was pushing. It wanted in, it wanted my body. I could feel its intent, a cold, predatory curiosity mixed with a vast, empty need. It was demonic. I know that word gets thrown around, but in that moment, with that feeling of pure, soul-shattering evil trying to wear me like a suit, no other word fit. I was losing. The pressure was winning, the fire in my throat was getting hotter, and the static in my head was getting louder, drowning out my own thoughts. I was about to be erased, swallowed up. I had this image of my body walking around, my face doing things, but no one being home behind my eyes. And then, from somewhere deep, from a place of pure animal survival, a thought formed. It wasn't even a fully formed sentence at first. It was just a feeling of no, a refusal. This is my body. This is me. I forced my mouth open, my lips were numb, and my throat was clenched tight against the invading pressure. The sound that came out was less than a whisper. It was a breath, a shred of my voice pushed through unimaginable pain. Leave me alone. The pressure didn't stop. It pushed harder. The pain in my head flared, a nova of agony. I felt a hot trickle start from my nose. Blood, I think. I tried again, putting every ounce of my will, every memory of who I was, into those 4 words. I focused on the feeling of the cold brick under my palm, the taste of blood in my mouth, the feel of the frozen air on my skin, anything that was me, anything that was real. I'm not afraid of you. I wasn't. In that single crystalline moment, the terror vanished. It was replaced by a blazing white-hot anger. This was my life. This was my walk to work. This was my shitty morning. And this thing, this parasite, had no right. The second the last word left my lips, it was gone. Just gone. The pain vanished. Not faded, not lessened. Vanished like a switch had been flipped. The crushing pressure in my head and throat disappeared so completely it left a vacuum. The static in my mind cut out, leaving a silence so profound it was almost louder than the noise had been. I slumped against the wall, my legs giving out completely. I slid down onto the filthy, cold sidewalk, my back scraping against the brick. I was panting, gasping in huge, ragged breaths of the freezing air. My whole body was trembling, a fine, uncontrollable shake that started in my core and radiated out to my fingertips. I touched my nose. My glove came away smeared with a single streak of dark red. I just sat there for, I don't know how long. A minute? 5. Time had lost all meaning. I stared at the glowing sign of the Red Fern Diner, maybe 100 feet away. The warm, cheery light from its windows suddenly looked sinister, like a trap. The silence of the street was no longer peaceful, it was watchful. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself to my feet. My legs felt like wet noodles. A mild, dull headache had settled in, the kind you get from crying too hard or not drinking enough water. It was a normal pain, a human pain. It was a relief. I looked toward the diner. My ritual. My cheap, terrible coffee. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run in the opposite direction, to go home, lock the door, and get back into bed. But I didn't. I couldn't. What would I do? Call my boss and say a demon tried to possess me on my way to work, so I'm taking a personal day. I felt a hysterical laugh bubble up in my throat, and I choked it down. I had to keep moving. I had to pretend everything was normal. So I started walking again. I gave the diner a wide berth, crossing the street and walking on the opposite sidewalk. I didn't look at it. I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead on the distant glow of the city center where my office was. My heart was still thumping, but it was slowing down. The tremors in my hands lessened. The rest of the walk was a blur. I was hyper-aware of every little sound. The distant wail of a siren, the crunch of my own footsteps, the rustle of a plastic bag caught in a fence. Every shadow felt like it was holding its breath. I kept expecting the pain to return, for that feeling of being watched to come crashing back. But it didn't. I got to work. The security guard, Frank, gave me a nod as I swiped my badge. The lobby was bright and warm and smelled like lemon-scented cleaner. It felt alien. I got in the elevator with a couple of people from accounting. They were talking about some TV show. Their voices sounded tinny and far away. I stood in the corner, staring at my reflection in the polished metal doors. I looked pale. My eyes were wide. There was a tiny, almost invisible speck of dried blood under my left nostril. I licked my thumb and wiped it away. At my desk, I tried to start my computer, but my hands were still shaking too much to type my password correctly. I gave up after 3 tries and just sat there, staring at the blank screen. My mind was racing, trying to process what had happened. Had I had a stroke, some kind of seizure? But it wasn't just physical. That awareness, that intelligent, malicious presence, that wasn't a medical condition. That was something else. The feeling of violation was the worst. It was a stain on the inside. I felt dirty, unclean, like something had touched a part of me that wasn't ever meant to be touched. The memory of that hot, invasive force slithering down my throat made me want to vomit. I kept swallowing, trying to clear the phantom sensation. I must have sat there for an hour just staring into space, replaying those few minutes over and over in my head. The sudden awareness, the blinding pain, the fight for control, the words I'd whispered, the instant it let go. Why did it let go? Was it really the words? Was it the defiance? Or did it just get what it wanted? A taste, a little piece of me? The thought made my skin crawl. I started noticing little things, a faint coppery taste in my mouth that wouldn't go away, no matter how much water I drank. A lingering sensitivity to light, making me squint at my computer screen. A cold spot deep in my chest that the office heat couldn't seem to touch. I got through the day. I did my work on autopilot, my body going through the motions while my mind was a million miles away, trapped on that cold sidewalk. When 5 o'clock finally rolled around, I practically ran out of the building. The walk home was worse. The sun was down and the darkness was closing in again. This time I took a completely different route, adding 20 minutes to my trip. I couldn't bring myself to go anywhere near the Redfern diner. Just the thought of it made my stomach clench into a hard, cold knot. I've been avoiding that street ever since. It's been, I don't know, a few months now. I take the long way every single day, morning and night. I see the diner's sign sometimes, glowing in the distance from other streets, and every time a little jolt of that old fear goes through me. I don't know what it was. I've turned it over in my head 1,000 times, a psychological break, a hallucination brought on by stress. But it felt more real than anything I've ever experienced. The physical pain was real. The blood from my nose was real. The feeling of something trying to claw its way into my body, that was the most real thing of all. I don't talk about it. Who would I tell, and what would I say? The terror of that day, the sheer gut-wrenching horror of feeling something demonic try to attach itself to me, to wear me, it left a mark. It settled deep inside, a quiet, constant unease that I carry with me everywhere now. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I'll wake up for no reason, and the first thing I'll feel is that same subtle awareness, the feeling that I'm not alone in the room. I'll lie there, perfectly still, my heart starting to thump, waiting for the pain to come back. It never does. But the memory of that invasion and the sudden, inexplicable relief when it stopped is something I will never, ever forget. I fought it off. I think I did, but I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there and that it remembers me. Story 5. Okay, so I've never really posted anything like this before, but I need to get this out there because it's been eating at me for weeks now, and I can't sleep, I can't think straight, and I feel like I'm going crazy. I live alone in this old house. It's not huge or anything, just a 2-bedroom place I inherited from my grandparents a couple years back. It's always felt a bit creaky and lonely, but until recently it was just home. Then, about 3 months ago, things started getting weird, and it all centers around the kitchen. Every single night, starting right at 9 p.m., this heavy, dark feeling settles in the kitchen. It's not like a shadow or anything you can see. At least, not at first. It's more like a pressure in the air, this gut-wrenching sensation that makes my stomach twist up and my skin go cold. I'd be watching TV in the living room or reading in bed, and I'd just know it was there. The kitchen would feel off, like the room itself was holding its breath. I tried ignoring it for the first few weeks, telling myself it was just the house settling or my imagination running wild because I live alone. But it happened every night without fail, from 9 p.m. until 7 in the morning, and it never wavered. I'd wake up in the middle of the night sometimes, and even from my bedroom upstairs I could feel it down there like a weight, pulling at the back of my mind. Then came that one morning, the one that changed everything. It was a Tuesday, I think, because I remember I had the day off work, but honestly, the days blur together now. I woke up super early, around 4 in the morning, because I was thirsty and my throat felt like sandpaper. Normally I'd just roll over and go back to sleep, but that night I'd been having weird dreams, and I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. So I got out of bed, my feet cold on the wooden floor, and I headed downstairs. The house was dead quiet, the kind of silence that feels thick and heavy. As I walked down the stairs, each step creaked under my weight, and I remember thinking how loud it sounded in the stillness. The kitchen is at the back of the house, past the living room. And as I got closer, that familiar gut-wrenching feeling hit me like a physical blow. It was stronger than usual, though, more intense, like the air was charged with something electric and wrong. My heart started beating faster, and I had this irrational urge to turn back. But I pushed through because, come on, it's just the kitchen, right? I pushed the door open slowly. It's one of those swinging doors that doesn't latch properly, and stepped inside. The room was dark, with only a sliver of moonlight coming through the window over the sink. I didn't turn on the light right away because my eyes were adjusted to the dark, and I didn't want to blind myself. I headed for the fridge, thinking I'd grab a bottle of water from the dispenser. That's when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, something moved near the floor. I froze, my hand halfway to the fridge handle. At first I thought it was a shadow or maybe a pile of laundry I'd left there, but then it shifted. It was a figure, hunched over and low to the ground, crouched right below the refrigerator dispenser. It was dark, almost blending into the shadows, but its eyes... Oh, God. Its eyes were what got me. They were slightly glowing, this pale, milky white that seemed to pierce right through me. They weren't big or dramatic, just two small points of light, but they were fixed on me, unblinking. My breath caught in my throat, and for a second I couldn't move. It felt like my feet were glued to the linoleum floor. The air turned icy cold, and I could feel goosebumps rising on my arms. That gut-wrenching feeling intensified, twisting my insides until I thought I might vomit. The figure didn't make a sound, no breathing, no movement aside from that initial shift. It just stayed there, hunched and staring, and I could sense this malevolence coming from it, like it hated me for being there. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe a few seconds, maybe a minute, but it felt like an eternity. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was it a person, an animal? But no, it was too still, too wrong. Its shape was humanoid but distorted, like it was folded in on itself, and the glow from its eyes cast a faint light on the floor around it, making the linoleum look sickly pale. Finally, my survival instincts kicked in. I stumbled backward, my hand flailing for the light switch on the wall. My fingers were trembling so badly I could barely find it. But I managed to hit it, and the overhead fluorescent light flickered on with a loud buzz. The kitchen flooded with bright, harsh light, and just like that, the figure was gone. Vanished. There was nothing there, no hunched shape, no glowing eyes, just the empty space below the fridge. But the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got worse. That heavy, gut-wrenching sensation was still there, clinging to the air like a bad smell. I stood there, panting, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might burst. I looked around the kitchen, scanning every corner, under the table, behind the counters. Nothing. But I knew it had been real. I could still feel the chill in the air, and my skin was crawling like something was watching me. I didn't bother getting water. I just turned and ran out of the kitchen, back through the living room, and up the stairs. My legs felt weak, and I almost tripped on the top step. As I reached the hallway upstairs, I realized something terrifying. For the first time, that awful feeling was following me. It wasn't confined to the kitchen anymore. It was like a cold draft trailing behind me, seeping into the upstairs hallway. I could feel it pressing against my back, making the hairs on my neck stand up. I rushed to my bedroom door and slammed it shut, leaning against it with my whole weight. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, and I was shaking all over. I could still feel that presence on the other side of the door, like it was right there, waiting. Without thinking, I just said out loud, "You can't come in here, stay out." My voice was shaky and quiet, but I meant it. I don't know why I said it. Maybe it was some primal instinct, or maybe I'd heard someone do something like that in a movie once. But the moment I did, the feeling eased up a bit. It didn't go away completely, but it felt like whatever it was had backed off, like it respected that boundary. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, pressed against the door, listening for any sounds. The house was quiet again, But now the silence felt different, charged, like something was hiding in it. I eventually crawled into bed, but I didn't sleep. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, every little noise making me jump. The clock on my bedside table ticked away, and I watched the numbers change slowly, counting down until 7 a.m. When it finally hit 7, that heavy feeling lifted like a fog clearing. The house felt normal again, but I knew it wasn't over. Since that morning, things have gotten worse. The presence isn't just in the kitchen anymore, it moves around. I've felt it in the living room, the hallway, even near the stairs, and I've started seeing it more. Glimpses of that hunched figure out of the corner of my eye, always with those slightly glowing white eyes. It's faster now, like it's gaining confidence. The worst part is, I think it's in my closet. Last night I woke up to a scratching sound coming from there, and when I looked, I saw one of those eyes peeking through the crack in the door. I shouted at it to leave, and it vanished, but the fear hasn't. I'm sitting here now, in my room, with the door locked and the lights on, but I can still feel it nearby. Those eyes are burned into my memory, and I don't know what to do. I've thought about moving, but I can't afford it, and part of me is afraid it would follow me. So I'm stuck here, waiting for night to fall again, and dreading what might happen next. Story 6. Okay, so I've been sitting on this for years, and I guess I finally need to get it out there. I've always been the kind of person who's felt things. You know, that prickly sense when something's off, or little noises in the dark that most people brush off. It started when I was a kid. Nothing too crazy, just shadows moving or objects shifting when no one was around. But what happened in 2015, in my own apartment, was different. It wasn't just a feeling. It was real, physical, and it scared me so bad I still get chills thinking about it. This all went down in one day. A day that started totally normal and ended with me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I lived in this small, 2-bedroom apartment on the 2nd floor of an old building. It was cozy, with big windows that let in a lot of light. But it had this weird vibe sometimes, especially at night. My husband was at work that day. He worked long hours back then, so it was just me and our cat Mittens. She's a black tabby, usually pretty calm, but she'd been acting skittish for a couple of weeks, hiding under the bed or staring at nothing in the corner. I didn't think much of it at first. Cats are weird, right? But looking back, it was like she knew something was coming. That morning, I woke up around 8 o'clock, feeling okay. The sun was streaming through the blinds, and I could hear birds chirping outside. I made coffee, fed Mittens, and just puttered around, tidying up. The apartment was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy, but I brushed it off. I've always been a bit jumpy, so I told myself it was just my imagination. By midday, I decided to tackle the dishes that had piled up in the sink. We didn't have a dishwasher, so I was standing there, scrubbing plates and glasses, with Mittens curled up on the floor nearby. The water was warm, and the sound of it running was almost soothing. I remember thinking how mundane it all was, how this was just another ordinary day. Then it happened. I was rinsing off a bowl when I heard a clatter from the stove. I turned my head and I saw it, a spatula. One of those silicone ones we used for cooking, just sitting on the stovetop. It wasn't near the edge or anything. It was centered, like someone had placed it there. And then, without any warning, it launched itself into the air. Not like it fell or slid off. It shot across the room, fast and straight, like it had been thrown by an invisible hand. It hit the fridge with a loud thwack, then clattered to the floor. My heart just dropped. I froze, my hands still in the soapy water, and I couldn't move for what felt like forever. Mittens bolted out of the room, her tail puffed up. I stood there, staring at the spatula on the floor, and my mind was racing. How? Why? There was no draft. The windows were closed, and the air conditioner wasn't on. No one else was home. I slowly pulled my hands out of the water, dried them on my jeans, and walked over to pick it up. My legs felt wobbly, like jelly. When I touched the spatula, it was just normal, cool to the touch, nothing unusual. But the way it had moved, it wasn't natural. It flew in a perfect arc, like it was aimed. I put it back on the counter and my hands were shaking. I kept telling myself it was a fluke, maybe something with the stove, but the stove was electric and it was off. I checked everything, even looked around for strings or something, but there was nothing, just empty space. After that, the air in the apartment felt different, thicker, like it was pressing in on me. I tried to go back to cleaning, but I was on edge. Every little noise made me jump. I remember sitting on the couch for a bit, trying to calm down, but then I heard a creak from the hallway. Our bedroom door was down that hall, and it was one of those old wooden doors that didn't always latch properly. I glanced over, and it was closed. I'd left it open earlier because I liked the air to circulate. My stomach tightened. I got up and walked toward it, my footsteps sounding too loud on the hardwood floor. When I reached the door, I pushed it open slowly, half expecting to see something, but the room was empty. The bed was made, everything in place. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe I'd closed it without realizing, but then, as I turned to walk away, I heard it again, a soft click. I looked back, and the door was swinging shut all on its own, not fast but deliberate, like someone was gently pushing it. It closed with a quiet thud. My breath caught in my throat. I stood there, frozen, waiting for it to open again, but it didn't. After a minute, I forced myself to move. I reached for the knob, my hand trembling, and turned it. The door opened easily, and I peered inside. Nothing, just the same room, with sunlight filtering through the curtains. I closed it again, but this time I made sure the latch clicked into place. I walked back to the living room, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. The rest of the afternoon dragged on. I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but I couldn't focus. Every time I heard a noise, I'd snap my head around. Mittens was hiding under the couch, which wasn't like her at all. She usually follows me around, but she stayed put, her eyes wide. Around 4 o'clock, I decided to make some tea, thinking it might calm my nerves. I was in the kitchen, waiting for the kettle to boil, when I heard a knocking sound. It wasn't loud at first, just a soft tap, tap, tap on the floor near me. I thought it was Mittens pawing at something, but when I looked down, she wasn't there. The sound got louder, more insistent, like someone knocking to get my attention. It was coming from right beside my feet, on the linoleum floor. I backed away, my skin crawling. The knocking followed me, moving across the floor as I stepped back. It was rhythmic, almost mocking, and it felt like it was targeting me. I remember the cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. My hands were clammy, and I could feel my pulse racing. I kept backing up until I hit the wall, and the knocking stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was even worse. It was heavy, oppressive. I stood there for what felt like minutes, just breathing heavily, trying to make sense of it. Why was this happening? Was I losing my mind? I've always believed in keeping a level head, but this was too much. The spatula, the door, now the knocking, it all felt connected, like something was trying to communicate or scare me. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 5 o'clock. My husband would be home in an hour or so, but I couldn't wait that long. The fear was overwhelming, a raw, gut-level terror that made my legs feel weak. I needed to get out, to be around someone else. I grabbed my phone and keys from the counter, my hands shaking so bad I almost dropped them. Mittens was still under the couch, and I called for her, but she didn't come. I didn't have time to coax her out. I just had to go. I rushed to the front door, fumbling with the lock. As I pulled it open, I heard the knocking start again, this time from the hallway behind me. It was louder, more frantic, like it was trying to stop me from leaving. I didn't look back. I slammed the door shut and ran down the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the stairwell. The outside air hit me like a shock. It was cooler, fresher, and for a moment I felt a rush of relief. but the fear was still there, clinging to me. I got into my car and drove straight to my husband's office, which was about 20 minutes away. The whole drive, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something, but the roads were normal, people going about their lives. When I got to his office, I must have looked a mess, pale, shaking, my clothes rumpled. He was surprised to see me. I don't usually show up unannounced. I tried to explain what happened, but the words came out in a jumble. He listened, his face concerned, and he drove us back home. When we walked in, the apartment was quiet, nothing out of place. The spatula was still on the counter where I'd left it, the door was closed, and there was no knocking. Mittens came out from under the couch, acting normal again, like nothing had happened. My husband checked everything, even the stove and the doors, but he didn't find anything. He thought maybe I'd had a panic attack or something, but I know what I saw and heard. It was real. We stayed up late that night, talking about it, but there was no explanation. I didn't sleep much. Every creak or rustle had me bolting upright. The next day, things seemed back to normal, but I never felt the same in that apartment again. We moved out a few months later. Partly because of this, to this day I have no idea what caused it. No logical reason, no ghost stories that fit. Just this eerie, unexplainable series of events that happened in one day. It's left me with this deep-seated fear of being alone in quiet places, and sometimes, when I'm washing dishes or hear a knock, I still get that same chill down my spine. I guess some things just don't have answers, and that's what makes them so terrifying. Story 7. I've never been the kind of person who believes in ghosts or curses. I mean, I've watched the movies, heard the stories, but it was always just entertainment, you know. Something to give you a little thrill before you go to bed and forget about it by morning. But that was before we moved into the house on Oak Lane. Before I saw the thing on the floor. We moved in last autumn. My mom got a new job in the next town over, and this place was cheap. Way too cheap for its size. A 2-story house with a big yard. All for a price that should have been a giant flashing red warning sign. But my mom, she's a practical woman. She saw square footage and a short commute. She didn't see, or didn't want to see, the way the real estate agent's smile didn't reach his eyes. Or the way he rushed us through the basement, practically jogging back up the stairs. The house felt wrong from day one. It's hard to explain, and I know how it sounds. It wasn't about creaks and groans. All old houses have those. This was a feeling, a heavy, watchful silence that would settle in the rooms when you were alone. It was the way the air would get cold in patches for no reason. Little pockets of winter in the middle of a warm room. I'd be sitting on the couch watching TV, and a wave of cold would wash over me, raising the hairs on my arms. I'd shrug it off. Drafty old house, I'd tell myself. Bad insulation. My room was upstairs at the end of the hall. I hated going up there after dark. The hallway seemed to stretch longer at night, the shadows at the far end looking too deep, too solid. I'd always flick the light switch at the bottom of the stairs and run up, my heart thumping, not stopping until I was safely in my room with the door shut. I felt like a little kid again, but the fear was real, a primal knot in my stomach. My mum felt it too, I think, though she'd never admit it. She started going to bed earlier, claiming she was tired from work. But I'd see her looking around the living room sometimes, her eyes darting into the corners as if she'd heard something. We stopped eating dinner at the dining room table. We'd just take our plates to the living room and eat in front of the TV, the noise filling the empty space, a buffer against the quiet of the house. I tried to find out something about the place's history, but it was a dead end. The previous owners had left no forwarding address, and the neighbors were quiet. The man next door, an older guy who mostly just tended his garden, would just nod and look away if I said hello. One time I asked him how long the house had been empty before we moved in. He stopped watering his roses and looked right at me, his eyes flat. "Wasn't empty," he said, and then he just turned and went back inside his house. That was it. Wasn't empty. What the hell did that mean? The dread was a low-grade hum in the background of my life, a constant, uneasy companion. But the day it happened, the day I saw it, that hum became a scream. It was a Saturday. I remember because I'd slept in and the house was quiet. My mom was out running errands. I was alone. I came downstairs around 11, the morning sun doing little to cut through the gloom the house always seemed to hold. I made some toast and just wandered around, feeling restless. The silence was different that day. It wasn't just empty, it was waiting. I ended up in the living room just staring out the big bay window at the front yard. That's when I noticed it. A smell. It was faint at first, just a hint of something foul underneath the scent of lemon-scented cleaner. I ignored it, thinking maybe the garbage under the sink needed to be taken out. But it got stronger. It was a thick, coppery smell, like old blood and something else, something rotten and sweet. It made the back of my throat tickle. I walked around the room trying to find the source, but it seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. It was just in the air, clinging to it. My skin started to crawl. This wasn't a normal smell. It was wrong. It felt invasive. I decided to get out of there, go to my room and shut the door until my mum got back. I turned away from the window, and that's when my eyes dropped to the floor. The hardwood in the living room is this dark, almost black-stained oak. It's always been a bit scuffed and worn. But right in the center of the room, between the couch and the coffee table, there was a patch of darkness that was different. It was a shadow, but it wasn't cast by anything. There was no furniture, no person, nothing between the window and that spot to make a shadow. It was just there, a pool of absolute black, darker than any shadow has a right to be. It was just lying there, motionless, on the floor. My brain tried to make sense of it. A spill? A rug? But we didn't have a dark rug. I took a hesitant step closer, my socks whispering on the floorboards. The shape began to resolve itself as I got nearer, my heart starting to thud a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. It was the shape of a large animal, a big dog or a cat, a huge cat. It was lying on its side, a long, languid form, like a panther stretched out for a nap. It was a mass of pure, light-swallowing blackness. It had no features, no eyes, no fur texture. It was a silhouette cut out of reality, a two-dimensional shape that somehow had a terrifying density and presence. I stopped dead, maybe 10 feet away. I couldn't breathe. This wasn't a trick of the light. This wasn't my imagination. This was a thing, a physical thing on my living room floor. The coppery, rotten smell was stronger here, so thick I could almost taste it, and then it moved. It wasn't a sudden jerk. It was a slow, fluid, muscular shift. The end of the shape that was its head lifted from the floor. There was no sound, no rustle, no breath. It just rose, that flat, black head turning toward me. It was looking at me. I felt its gaze like a physical weight, a pressure in the center of my chest. There was no face, no eyes, just a smooth obsidian surface where a face should be. But I knew, with a certainty that turned my blood to ice, that it was looking at me. It was aware of me. It was studying me. The fear that slammed into me wasn't the startled jump you get from a loud noise. This was pure, undiluted terror. It was a cold flood that started in my gut and radiated outwards, locking my joints, freezing the air in my lungs. My mouth went completely dry. Every instinct I had, every primitive part of my brain, was screaming one word: run. I couldn't move. I was pinned there by that empty, focused gaze. Time stretched and warped. It felt like an hour that I stood there, trapped in that silent, staring contest with a shadow. I could see the details of the floorboards through the shape. It was like looking through smoked glass, but the darkness it was made of was absolute. A void. The normal, mundane world was right there, visible through it. but this thing was superimposed, something that did not belong. Then the head tilted, just a slight, almost curious angle. That tiny movement broke the spell. A strangled gasp finally escaped my throat. I stumbled back, my legs feeling like wet noodles. I didn't turn my back on it. I couldn't. I shuffled backwards, my eyes glued to the thing, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst. I bumped into the doorframe leading into the hall, the impact jarring me. The shape on the floor didn't move again. It just held its position, that featureless head tilted, watching me retreat. That's when I ran. I spun around and sprinted for the front door. I didn't grab a coat, didn't look for my shoes. I just yanked the door open and flew outside, stumbling down the porch steps onto the cold, damp grass. I didn't stop until I was all the way out by the street, gasping for air, my whole body trembling violently. I stood there on the sidewalk, hugging myself, looking back at the house. It looked normal, a quiet, slightly dilapidated house on a quiet street. The sun was still shining, a car drove past. Everything was normal, except for the thing I had just seen inside, except for the terror that was still coursing through me, making my teeth chatter. I waited out there for what felt like an eternity. I couldn't go back in. I just stood there, shaking, replaying the image over and over in my head. The black mass, the way it moved, the way it looked at me, the utter wrongness of it. Eventually, I saw my mum's car turn onto the street. Relief washed over me, so potent it made me weak. She pulled into the driveway, got out and saw me standing there on the sidewalk in my socks. "What are you doing out here? Where are your shoes?" she asked, her brow furrowed in confusion and a little concern. I opened my mouth. The words were right there. "Mom, there's something in the house." I saw a black shadow shaped like a cat, and it looked at me. But the words wouldn't come out. They stuck in my throat. How could I say it? How could I tell her something that sounded so insane? She'd think I was having a breakdown, or on drugs, or just being a dramatic teenager. She was so happy about this house, about the fresh start. I saw the worry in her eyes, and I couldn't add this to it. I couldn't make it real by saying it out loud, so I just shrugged, my body still trembling from the inside. Nothing, I just needed some air. "I'll go get my shoes." I followed her back inside, my heart in my throat. The house was silent. The living room was empty. The dark patch on the floor was gone. There was no smell. Everything was exactly as it should be, but it wasn't. It would never be again. I never told her. I never told anyone. What would I even say? The dread never left. It just became a part of me, a permanent resident in the back of my mind. I started sleeping with the lights on. I avoided the living room, especially at night. I'd catch movement in the corner of my eye sometimes, just a flicker of darkness darting out of view, but I never looked directly at it. I was too afraid of what I might see looking back. We only lived there for another 6 months before my mum got a promotion and we moved across the country. She never understood why I was so eager to leave. She thought I was just being a moody kid, excited for a new city. I'm in a different state now, in a bright modern apartment on the 3rd floor. There are no dark hallways, no cold spots. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, just on the edge of sleep, I'll see it again in my mind. That black mass on the floor. The way it lifted its head, the way it looked at me, not with malice, not with anger, but with a simple, terrifying curiosity. And I'm right back there, frozen in my own living room, with the dread of the unknown and the house's dark history that I never learned, but that I just know, is tied to that thing. I still don't know what it was. I don't know why it was there. I don't know if it's still there. And that's the worst part of it all. Story 8. It is hard to know where to even start with this. I've typed and deleted this sentence about 10 times now. My hands are still a little shaky, and part of me feels stupid for even posting this, like I'm just inviting people to tell me I'm crazy, or that I had an overactive imagination as a kid. But I need to get it out. I need to see it written down. Because maybe then it'll feel less like a fever dream and more like something that actually happened, something I can finally make sense of. I was about 7 years old. The memory isn't a clean, clear picture. It's more like a series of snapshots. Some of them blurry, some of them way too sharp. We lived in this old, split-level house at the end of a cul-de-sac. It was a nice neighborhood, quiet, the kind of place where you didn't bother locking your doors until after 10 at night. My bedroom was at the end of the hall, and my parents' room was right next to mine. I had this big window that looked out into the backyard, which was just a slope of grass leading down to a line of pine trees. The day it started, nothing felt off. It was a normal Saturday. I remember because I'd spent the afternoon building a fort out of couch cushions and watching cartoons. I went to bed that night like any other night. I had those glow-in-the-dark stars stuck to my ceiling, and I remember counting them until I fell asleep. The next thing I knew, I was awake, but it wasn't morning. The house was completely dark and silent in that way that feels heavy, like the air itself is asleep. I wasn't in my bed. I was kneeling on the floor right next to my mom's side of the bed. My knees were pressing into the rough texture of the carpet, and I could feel the cold air from the vent on the back of my neck. I was just talking. My voice was this low, monotone mumble, and I was staring at my mom's face while she slept. I remember the exact words I was saying because they've never left me. No one is listening. They never listen. No one is listening. My mom's eyes snapped open. In the faint light from the digital clock, I could see the sheer terror on her face. It wasn't just being startled awake. It was a deep, primal fear. She shot up in bed, her hand flying to her chest. What are you doing? What's wrong? I just stopped talking and looked at her. I felt blank, empty. I didn't feel scared or confused. I just felt nothing. She asked me how I got in there, why I was on the floor. I didn't have an answer. The last thing I remembered was being in my own bed. I had no memory of getting up, of walking down the hall, of kneeling there. There was just a chunk of time gone, completely missing. That was the first thing, the missing time. After that night, the nightmares started, and they weren't your typical kid nightmares about monsters under the bed. These were vivid Technicolor horrors that felt more real than my waking life. They always followed the same pattern. I'd be lying in my bed, and I'd hear a faint humming sound, like a refrigerator, but coming from outside. Then a light would appear through my window, a bright bluish-white light that didn't cast shadows so much as it just erased them, washing everything in this sterile, alien glow. In the dream, I'd be paralyzed. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I could only watch as the window slid open by itself, no hand touching it. Then these things would come in. I never got a clear look at their faces. They were just tall, slender silhouettes against that blinding light. They had long, thin fingers that felt like cold plastic when they touched me. They'd lift me out of my bed, and I'd float, weightless, through the window and into the light. That's where the dream would always end. Just me, being taken, kidnapped. I'd wake up gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs, my pajamas soaked with sweat. The fear was so physical, so intense, that I'd sometimes vomit. I started being afraid of the dark, afraid of my own room. I begged my mum to let me sleep with a nightlight, and then two, and then a lamp. I'd lie awake for hours, just staring at that window, waiting for the hum, for the light. Then I started seeing him. At first it was just a shadow out of the corner of my eye, a darker patch in a dark room, but soon it started to take a shape. It was the shape of a man, tall and thin, just standing in the corner of my room or in the hallway. It never moved when I looked directly at it. It would just be there in my periphery, and when I'd snap my head to look, it was gone. I didn't tell anyone at first. I thought I was going crazy. But one night, I was so tired, so worn down from the fear, that I just broke down crying at the dinner table. My mom asked me what was wrong, and it all spilled out. I told her about the shadow man. She got this weird, tight look on her face. "What does he look like?" she asked, her voice careful. I told her he was tall and skinny, just a shadow. "Does he have a name?" she asked, and without even thinking, I said it. "Fen." She looked confused. "Finn?" "No," I said, and I remember tracing the letters on the kitchen table with my finger. P-H-E-N, Fen. I've no idea why that name came to me. It wasn't a name I'd ever heard before. It just felt like his name. From then on, that's what I called him. The shadow named Fen. Things escalated after that. The nightmares got worse. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms, thin, faint lines that stung. I'd find my toys rearranged in the morning. One time, I woke up and my favorite stuffed dog was sitting in the chair in the corner, facing the wall. The worst night was a few months after I told my mum about him. I had a bad nightmare and I ran into my parents' room, too scared to even speak. I just crawled into bed between them, shaking. My mom held me, telling me it was okay, it was just a dream. Then she froze. I felt her whole body go rigid, her grip on me tightened. I followed her gaze to the wall opposite the bed. There, cast by the faint streetlight filtering through the blinds, was a man's shadow. It was tall, with broad shoulders, and it was looming over the bed, right over me. It wasn't my dad's shadow. He was asleep on his other side. This was a third shadow, a stranger's shadow. I couldn't breathe. I just stared at it, this dark, silent shape watching us. My mum, her voice a tight, terrified whisper, said, "Who is that?" The shadow didn't move. "I'm turning on the light," she said, and her hand crept slowly, shakily, toward the lamp on her nightstand. Her fingers fumbled for the switch. I heard the soft click. Light flooded the room. The shadow was gone. There was nothing on the wall, just the empty off-white paint. There was no one in the room with us. The door was still closed. My dad was still snoring softly. It was as if it had never been there at all. My mum and I just looked at each other. We didn't say a word. There was nothing to say. We had both seen it. That shared terror sealed it for us. This wasn't in my head. It was real. Life went on as it does. The intense fear eventually faded into a low-grade, constant unease. I grew up. We moved out of that house when I was a teenager. I stopped having the nightmares. I stopped seeing Fen. I packed those memories away in a dusty box in the back of my mind and tried to live a normal life. I went to college, got a job. I convinced myself it was all just a weird series of childhood night terrors and sleepwalking. A psychological glitch. Then, about 2 years ago, I was back in my hometown for my mum's birthday. I was in my late 20s by then. We were going through some old photo albums at her kitchen table, laughing about bad haircuts and old vacations. We started talking about the old neighborhood, the one with the split-level house. "You remember the Millers?" my mum asked, sipping her coffee. "They lived in that big blue house on the corner." I shook my head. I had a vague memory of them, an older couple. "Yeah, well, I ran into Mrs. Miller at the grocery store last week," my mum continued. "We got to talking about the old days. It was so sad." I just nodded, only half listening, flipping through a page of photos from a birthday party. She was telling me about their son, my mom said, and her tone shifted. It got that careful, quiet quality it had when she was about to tell me something serious. They had a son before they moved into that house. He died. I looked up from the album. "That's terrible." "Yeah," my mom said. She put her coffee cup down and looked right at me. "He died a long time ago. He took his own life." A cold knot started to form in my stomach. I didn't know why. It was just a tragic story about people I barely knew. "What was his name?" I asked, just to be polite. My mom was silent for a moment, just looking at me. The air in the kitchen felt still and thick. "Stephen," she said. Then she spelled it, S-T-E-V-E-N. The cold in my stomach turned to ice. It felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room. Stephen. Not Fen. Stephen. When? I managed to ask, my voice a dry croak. When did he die? My mom's eyes were wide, and I could see she was making the same connections I was, the same horrifying math. Mrs. Miller said it was 20 years ago. Last month I didn't need to check a calendar. I knew with a certainty. That felt like a physical blow. My birthday was last month. My 7th birthday was the year we moved into that house, the year the missing time started, the year the nightmares began. Stephen had died on my 7th birthday 20 years ago. We just sat there in silence. The cheerful photos in the album seemed to mock us. The world hadn't changed. The sun was still shining outside, but my entire understanding of my childhood, of my own reality, had just been ripped out from under me. It doesn't explain everything. It doesn't explain the missing time, or the nightmares of being taken, or the physical scratches. A ghost doesn't explain alien abduction dreams, but it connects. It connects in a way that is too specific, too precise to be a coincidence. A boy named Stephen, who lived in my neighborhood, died a tragic death on the day I was born into it. And years later, a little boy in a house nearby started seeing a shadow man he called Fen, a name that sounds an awful lot like a misheard, misspelled childhood version of Stephen. My mom saw a man's shadow over my bed. I don't know what it means. I don't know if Stephen's spirit was attached to me, if he was trying to communicate, if he was angry or lost, or just lonely. I don't know if my childhood brain somehow tapped into the residual energy of his tragedy and created Fen out of it. I don't know if the alien stuff was just my mind's way of coping with something even more inexplicable. All I know is that for years I lived with a presence. I was haunted by something that knew its name was Stephen, and the fact that his death and my life are forever linked by a calendar date leaves me with a chill that never really goes away. It's the chill of a puzzle where the pieces fit, but the picture they form is one I still can't bring myself to look at. The shadow is gone, but the questions are still here, and they're so much heavier. Idri dir Dutterson, Story 9 Tinjikum. It was one of those days that started completely normal, the kind of day you never think twice about until it's over, and you realize how close you came to something really, really bad. I was in the 5th grade. This was back in Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan, in the apartment building I grew up in. I'm just gonna write it all out. Maybe it'll help, I don't know. I still think about it sometimes, especially when I'm walking home alone. School let out like it always did, around 3 in the afternoon. I remember the weather was that kind of chilly but sunny. You get in the fall, where the sun is bright, but it doesn't really warm you up. I was walking by myself because my friends all lived in the other direction. Our building was this big, Soviet-era block, pale concrete, that was always stained from the rain. It had maybe 12 or 14 entrances, each one leading into a separate stairwell. Ours was entrance number 7. I was maybe 100 feet away when I first saw him. A man, just standing by the entrance door. He wasn't leaning on the wall or smoking or looking at his phone. He was just standing completely still. His arms were hanging straight down at his sides. I remember slowing my walk, not even meaning to. My backpack felt heavy on my shoulders. As I got closer, the details got sharper. He was wearing a dark grey jacket, the kind a lot of men wore, and dark pants. His hair was short, kind of messy, but it was his face that made my stomach clench. He was staring straight ahead, not at me, not at the street, just at nothing. His eyes were the emptiest things I'd ever seen. They weren't blinking. It was like looking at a doll's eyes, just glassy and vacant. There was no life in them at all. My gut just screamed at me. A cold feeling washed down my back like I'd stepped into a shadow, even though the sun was on me. Every instinct told me not to go through that door. So I didn't. I walked right past the entrance like I was going to the next one. I could feel the back of my neck prickling. Sure, he was watching me now. I forced myself not to look back, my heart starting to thump a little harder in my chest. I went to the small kiosk on the corner, pretending I was going to buy some gum just to kill time. I stood there for what felt like forever, fiddling with the coins in my pocket, my eyes glued to the reflection in the kiosk's glass window. I saw him move. He turned his head, slowly, mechanically, and looked right in the direction I'd gone. Then he just pushed the door open and went inside. I waited, counting in my head. 1 minute, 2 minutes. I needed to be sure he was gone. I finally forced my feet to move, walking back to entrance 7. My hand was shaky when I pulled the heavy door open. The stairwell was always dim and cold, smelling of concrete and old cooking. I stepped inside, the door sighing shut behind me with a heavy thud that echoed in the silence. The elevator was right there. I could see the floor indicator light was moving. It was going up. I watched the little red number climb. 4, 5, 6. It stopped on 7. My heart sank. That was our floor. We lived on 8. A part of me thought, maybe he lives there. Maybe he's a new neighbor. But that feeling in my gut, that cold dread, didn't believe it. Not with those eyes. I pressed the call button for the elevator. The mechanism whirred and groaned as it started its descent back down to me. The sound was so loud in the quiet, I kept glancing at the staircase, a dark, yawning mouth next to the elevator. I could see the first few steps before they twisted out of sight. The elevator arrived with a ding. The doors slid open. It was empty. I got in, the familiar small space feeling suddenly like a cage. I pressed the button for the 8th floor. The button lit up. The doors began to close slowly. That's when I heard it. Footsteps on the stairs. Not a normal walk. Not the slow, tired trudge of a neighbor coming home from work. These were fast, hard, pounding on the concrete steps. My blood went cold. The elevator doors sealed shut with a soft hiss, and the car began to rise with a low rumble. But I could still hear the footsteps. They were getting faster. They weren't just fast, they were frantic. I could hear them echoing up the stairwell, which ran right alongside the elevator shaft. A panic started to bubble up in my throat. This wasn't right. Who runs like that in a stairwell? The elevator was so slow, it always was. It creaked past the 2nd floor, then the 3rd. The footsteps kept pace. No, they were gaining. I could hear them clearer now, a rhythmic pounding, slap, slap, slap of shoes on concrete. He was taking the stairs 2, maybe 3 at a time. I could tell by the rhythm. A normal step has an even tempo. This was a burst of steps, then a slight pause as he leaped, then another burst. He was sprinting up the stairs. Why? Why would anyone do that? My eyes were glued to the floor numbers lighting up above the door. 4, 5. The elevator was groaning, climbing. The footsteps were right there, just on the other side of the thin metal wall. I could hear his breathing now too, ragged, harsh gasps. He was running so hard, he was almost choking for air. 6, 7. The elevator dinged and stopped. The 8th floor. A wave of relief washed over me, so strong my legs felt weak. The doors began to open so slowly, so agonizingly slowly. I was already pressed against them, ready to burst out. And that's when I looked through the widening gap of the elevator doors, down the short hallway towards the staircase door. It flew open. It smashed against the wall with a violent bang. And he was there. He stood in the doorway, hunched over, his hands on his knees, his chest heaving. He was gasping for breath, his head hanging down. And then slowly he lifted it. Those empty eyes locked directly onto mine. There was no breath in my lungs. Time just stopped. I was frozen, a statue of pure fear. Then he moved. He straightened up and he started running, right at me. It wasn't a jog, it was a full-on charge. His legs pumped, his arms swung, his face was a blank, determined mask. And his eyes, they never left my face. They were fixed on me with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. He was still breathing hard, but it didn't slow him down. He was covering the 20 or so feet of the hallway in seconds. I snapped out of it, a sound. A strangled kind of whimper escaped my throat. I stumbled out of the elevator, the doors now fully open. My apartment was to the left, number 83. I lunged for the door, my backpack swinging wildly and throwing me off balance. I slammed into the wood, my fingers fumbling for the doorbell. I pressed it once, twice, then I just held it down. Brrring, brrring. The sound was shrill and desperate. I started pounding on the door with my fist, not a polite knock. I was hammering on it, the thuds echoing in the hallway. "Open the door! Open the door!" I was screaming, my voice high and cracked with terror. I dared to glance over my shoulder. He was almost on me. He was so close I could see the stubble on his chin, the sweat on his forehead, the sheer blankness in his expression. He wasn't saying anything, not a word, no stop, or "I just want to talk." He was just charging, silent and horrifying. He was so close I could hear the swish of his jacket, the pounding of his feet on the linoleum floor. I turned back to the door, sobbing now, pounding with both fists. "Please, brother, please." I could feel him behind me. I could feel the air moving. I braced for his hands to grab my shoulders, to yank me back. My whole body was tensed, waiting for the impact. And then a miracle. The sound of a deadbolt turning, a loud clunk. The door swung inward. I didn't even see who it was. I just threw myself forward, tumbling into the apartment, landing hard on my knees on the floor of our entryway. I scrambled forward on all fours, gasping and crying. My brother was standing there. He was 19, a wrestler, built solid and strong. He looked from me, a hysterical mess on the floor, to the hallway. His expression shifted from confusion to hard alertness in half a second. "What the hell?" he said. I pointed a trembling finger behind me, unable to form words. My brother stepped into the doorway, filling it with his frame. I crawled behind him, clutching the leg of a nearby table, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. The man had skidded to a halt just a few feet from our door. He was standing there, still breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling. But his face had changed. The blank, charging intensity was gone. Now he just looked agitated, normal almost. My brother's voice was low and steady. "What do you want?" The man didn't answer for a second. He just stared at my brother. Then he blinked and he looked past him, right at me, crouched on the floor. There was a flicker of something in his eyes then. Not emptiness, but something else. Annoyance, anger, I don't know. It was gone as fast as it came. Then he did the weirdest thing. He pulled a phone out of his pocket, not a smartphone, one of those old, cheap brick phones. He put it to his ear. "Yeah," he said, his voice surprisingly calm, not breathless at all. "Yeah, I'm here. No, it's the wrong apartment. Yeah, I'm coming down." He was talking to nobody. The screen on that phone was dark. I was close enough to see it. He wasn't dialing, he wasn't listening, he was just pretending. He lowered the phone, gave my brother one last look, a look that seemed to say this wasn't over, and then he just turned around and walked away. Not a run, not a hurry, a calm, measured walk back down the hallway. He pushed the staircase door open and disappeared. My brother stood in the doorway for a long time, watching the empty hall. Then he slowly closed the door and turned the deadbolt. The sound was final. He looked down at me. I was still shaking, tears and snot all over my face. "Who was that?" he asked, his voice quiet. I just shook my head, sobbing. "I don't know, he was just there. He chased me." My brother believed me. He didn't say it was my imagination. He just nodded, his jaw tight. He made me some sweet tea and we sat in the living room with the lights on until our parents got home. We told them, and they called the building manager, but nothing ever came of it. No one knew who he was. He wasn't a tenant. The thing that haunts me, the thing I can't explain, isn't just the chase. It's the why. Why did he wait for me? Why did he run up 8 flights of stairs like a man possessed just to get to me? Why the empty eyes? And then the act with the phone. It was so calculated, so deliberate. He wanted to get to my apartment door. He wanted to see where I lived. For weeks, I was too scared to come home alone. My brother or my mom had to meet me at the entrance. Even now, years later, if I'm visiting and I have to go into that building, a cold knot forms in my stomach when I approach entrance 7. I always take the stairs, never the elevator. I need to be able to hear what's coming. I never saw him again, but I know he saw me. He saw where I lived, and sometimes in the back of my mind, I can still see him standing in that hallway, phone to his ear, lying after he had just tried with every ounce of his strength to get to me before that door closed. I don't know what he wanted. I guess I'll never know. And that's the most frightening part of all. Story 10. It was April of 2011, and I was 11 years old. My mum had booked us a spring vacation at this place called Jellystone Park in Luray, Virginia. You know, one of those family-friendly campgrounds with cartoon bear mascots and planned activities. We were staying in a specific cabin, Skyline Cabin C82. I remember the number because my mum made a big deal about writing it down so we wouldn't forget and get lost. The cabin was nice, really. Cozy. It had this heavy wooden door with a brass knob that felt cold, and inside it was all pine paneling that made the whole place smell like a Christmas tree lot. The first day was normal. We unpacked the car. My 8-year-old sister, let's just call her my sister, she was bouncing off the walls, excited to be on vacation. We explored a little. The cabin was nestled right at the edge of these dense woods, with a narrow dirt trail leading off into the shadows just a few feet from our front porch. It felt private, secluded. A little too secluded, maybe, but at the time it just felt peaceful. I remember the light that evening was this weird, hazy gold coming through the trees. We had dinner, some pasta my mum heated up on the little stove, and we all went to bed pretty early because we were tired from the drive. My sister and I were sharing the big bed in the main room, and my mum was on a pull-out sofa bed closer to the small kitchenette. I fell asleep fast, the kind of deep sleep you get when you're a kid and you've been in the fresh air all day, but I didn't stay asleep. I woke up suddenly, not like when you roll over and drift off again. I was just awake, instantly. My heart was already thumping in my chest, a hard, fast rhythm that felt too loud for the quiet room. The first thing I felt was this absolute certainty that I wasn't alone. Not just that my mum and sister were there, but that someone else was in the room with us. Someone watching. The room was dark, but not pitch black. A little bit of moonlight filtered through the window, casting long, distorted shadows from the furniture. I was lying on my side, facing the middle of the room, and my eyes just went straight to him. There was a man standing at the foot of our bed. He was tall, so tall that his head was only a foot or so from the low, slanted ceiling. He had broad shoulders, like a football player, and he was just standing there perfectly still, facing us, but he wasn't solid. He was see-through, translucent. Like if you tried to describe smoke shaped like a person, that's what he was. I could see the pattern of the wood paneling on the wall right through his chest. He didn't have any clear clothes or features, just a human-shaped form made of this faint greyish mist. But I could see his expression. It was angry, a deep, hard-set anger that seemed to radiate from him. His eyes were just dark spots, but I felt them locked on me. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My lungs felt like they were made of stone. I just stared, frozen, hoping if I didn't move, he wouldn't either. My mind was screaming, but my body was completely paralyzed by this pure, animal terror. This wasn't a dream. The feeling of the rough cotton sheets under my fingers, the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears, the cold air on my face, it was all too sharp, too real. Then, from right next to me, I heard the smallest, thinnest whisper. It was my sister. She said my name, just my name, but it was choked with fear. I managed to turn my head just a fraction. Her eyes were wide open, reflecting the sliver of moonlight, and she was staring at the same spot I was. She saw him too. That confirmation, instead of making it better, made it 1,000 times worse. It meant he was real. We were both seeing this impossible thing. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't scream for my mom. What if the sound made him move? What if he came closer? My sister's hand found mine under the blanket, and her fingers were ice cold and trembling. Without a word, we both slowly, so slowly, pulled the thick comforter up over our heads. We hid. It was the only thing we could think to do. Under there it was hot and dark, and it smelled like laundry detergent and our own scared breath. We held on to each other, listening. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It felt like hours. We were waiting, just waiting for something to happen, for a sound, for the blanket to be pulled away, for a cold hand to touch us. But nothing happened. There was no sound at all. The cabin was silent in a way that felt heavy, oppressive. Eventually the fear just exhausted me, and I must have fallen back asleep. It wasn't a restful sleep. It was a tense, shallow sleep, like I was still listening for any little noise. The second time I woke up, it was because my sister was shaking my shoulder hard. Her face was right next to mine, pale and terrified in the absolute blackness. The digital clock on the bedside table was dead, just a blank, dark square. Later my mum would say the power hadn't gone out, but that clock never worked again after that night. My sister didn't say anything. She just put a finger to her lips and then pointed. She had this little kid's flashlight, one of those chunky plastic ones shaped like a rocket. Her hand was shaking so badly the beam of light jittered across the floor. She was pointing toward the dining area, which was just a small nook with a wooden table and 4 chairs, separated from the main sleeping area by a half wall. I squinted, trying to see what she was seeing. He was there, the same man, the same tall, broad-shouldered, smoky form. But he wasn't standing this time. He was sitting at the head of the table. He was hunched over, his translucent shoulders slumped, like he was exhausted or defeated. His head was bowed, and I couldn't see his face, but I could feel the same intense, hostile energy coming from him. He was just sitting there in the dark, at our table. My sister's breathing was a ragged little sob next to my ear. She lifted the flashlight a little higher, her thumb fumbling on the switch. The beam of light, bright and white, shot across the room and landed directly on him. The moment the light touched him, he was gone. Not like he faded away or walked off. He vanished, instantly. 1 second, he was a solid-looking shape of mist, and the next second there was nothing but an empty chair and the beam of the flashlight shining on the wood grain of the table. It was so sudden, it made my stomach lurch. It was like he'd never been there at all. We didn't sleep after that. We just huddled together under the blankets, wide awake, staring at the spot where he'd been until the first grey light of dawn started to creep through the window. It was the longest night of my life. When morning finally came, it felt like a reprieve. The sun was out, birds were chirping, and the world looked normal again. But the feeling in the cabin was different. It felt stained, like the terror from the night had seeped into the walls. My mom was already up, sitting at that same dining table with a cup of coffee. She looked awful. I mean, truly exhausted. Her eyes were puffy and had dark circles under them, and she was just staring into her mug, not moving. We didn't say anything about what we saw. I don't know why. Maybe we thought she wouldn't believe us. Maybe we were afraid saying it out loud would make it real in a way that could never be taken back. We had a quiet breakfast, and my mom announced we were leaving. She said she'd heard a weather report about a storm coming in, and she didn't want to risk it. It was a bright, clear, sunny day. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. We all knew it was a lie. But we just started packing, eager to get out of there. We were out of that cabin and on the road before 10 in the morning. It wasn't until years later, when I was in high school, that we finally talked about it. We were all in the car together, and for some reason the subject of that vacation came up. My sister, who was a teenager by then, just blurted it out. "Do you guys remember that man in the cabin in Virginia?" And it all came pouring out. My mom went quiet for a minute, and then she told us what happened to her that night. She said she'd been woken up by a light, a bright white orb, about the size of a grapefruit, just floating in through the closed window. It drifted slowly across the room, right past her face, and then disappeared through the wall on the other side. She said she just lay there, too stunned to move. And then, a few minutes later, she heard a voice, a deep man's voice, so clear and loud, it felt like it was coming from inside the room, from the walls themselves. It shouted 3 words, "You don't belong here." She said the voice was filled with so much raw anger and hatred, it made her blood run cold. She had spent the rest of the night awake too, just like we had, too terrified to even get out of bed. Hearing her say that, and matching up the details, the tall, angry man, the feeling of being watched, the specific shared terror, it confirmed everything. It wasn't a shared nightmare. It wasn't our imaginations. Something was in that cabin with us, something that did not want us there. To this day, over a decade later, I still have nightmares about it. Not every night, but often enough. It's always the same. I'm in a dark room, and I can feel him watching me before I even see him. Then I'll turn, and he'll be there at the foot of my bed, that same smoky form, that same furious expression, and I'll wake up gasping, my heart hammering, the feeling of his hatred clinging to me for hours afterward. I've looked it up online a few times. Skyline Cabin C82 at Jellystone Park in Luray. It's still there. The pictures on the website look exactly the same pine paneling, the same layout, the same dining table. I sometimes wonder if the people who stay there now, the families with their laughing kids, ever feel a sudden chill for no reason. If a child ever wakes up and whispers that they see a tall, angry man made of smoke. If a parent ever hears a voice in the night telling them they don't belong, I have no answers. I just have the memory, sharp and cold as ice, and the feeling that for one night we were not alone in that cozy little cabin in the woods. Story 11. Okay, I'm just going to type this out. I don't know if anyone will believe me, and honestly, I don't even know if I fully believe it myself, but it happened. It was the summer I turned 12, and I was spending a few weeks with my dad in Georgia. My mom had left him when I was just a baby. She was young, he was a lot older, and from the little she's told me, he wasn't a nice man to be around. He wasn't affectionate. Not the kind of dad who gave hugs or asked about my day, but he did tell stories. He loved to talk, especially about the past. One story he told over and over was how he met my godfather, Lee. He said it was back in the early 80s at some gas station late at night. He said some guy was giving Lee a hard time, yelling racial slurs, trying to rob him. My dad stepped in, and I guess he handled the guy. After that, him and Lee became tight. Best friends, and then business partners. When I was born, my dad asked Lee to be my godfather. Lee was always around when I was little, a constant smiling presence. He'd give me candy, ask about school, the whole nice uncle act. I never thought anything of it. That summer, the summer I was 12, started out normal. Hot, sticky, the kind of heat that makes the air feel thick. My dad's house was old with a big porch and a yard that was mostly dirt and weeds. He wasn't much of a homemaker. The inside always smelled like stale cigarettes and old wood. Lee came over one afternoon. I remember the exact sound of his truck pulling into the gravel driveway, that crunching noise that always made me look up. He came in, gave my dad one of those half hugs men do, and then turned his smile on me. "Look at you," he said, his voice that familiar, easy drawl. "Getting so big. You need some spending money for the summer?" I shrugged, mumbled something. At 12, you always need money, but you don't want to seem too eager. "I tell you what," Lee said, leaning against the doorframe. "My basement's become a real pit. Just a bunch of old junk needs organizing, maybe some sweeping. You come over, put in a few hours, I'll give you $50. $50. To a 12-year-old in the 90s, that was a fortune. It was video game money. It was new sneakers money. I looked at my dad. He just grunted, not looking up from his newspaper, which was his way of saying it was fine. "Okay," I said, trying to sound cool about it. "I can do that." "Great," Lee said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. It was a thing I noticed then, but didn't process. His eyes were always a little still, a little dead, even when the rest of his face was all friendly. "Come on over now. No time like the present." The drive to his house was short, just a few minutes down the same country road. His place was nicer than my dad's, newer, with a neatly mowed lawn. It looked normal. It looked like any other house. That's what gets me, even now. How normal it all looked from the outside. He led me inside. The house was cool, the air conditioning humming loudly. It was clean, tidy. There were family photos on the wall, him with his wife and kids who were all grown up and moved away. "The basement door is just down this hall," he said, pointing. "Light switch is at the top of the stairs. It's just a pull cord at the bottom too if you need more light. I gotta run back to your dad's for a minute, talk some business. You just get started, I'll be back before you know it." He clapped me on the shoulder, a firm, heavy pat. Then he turned and walked out the front door. I heard his truck start up and drive away. I was alone in the house. I remember feeling a little proud, being trusted like that. I found the basement door. It was a plain white door, the kind with the fake wood paneling. I turned the knob and pushed it open. The smell hit me first. It's a smell I can still conjure up if I think about it too hard. It was a mix of things: damp earth, old paper, and something else, something sour and metallic, like old coins or blood. It was cold too. A chill poured out from the darkness, raising goosebumps on my arms, even in the middle of that hot summer day. I felt along the wall inside the doorframe and found the light switch. I flicked it. A single, bare bulb hanging from a wire in the middle of the basement ceiling buzzed to life, casting a weak, yellowish light that didn't so much illuminate the space as it did create long, dancing shadows. The stairs were steep, wooden, and they creaked with every step I took. The sound was loud in the silence of the empty house. Creak, creak, creak. I remember counting them, 13 steps down. I was about halfway down when the feeling started. It wasn't a thought. It was a physical sensation, a primal warning that started at the base of my spine and crawled its way up. My skin prickled, the fine hairs on my arms and the back of my neck standing straight up. It was a feeling of pure dread, a certainty that I should not be there, that I should turn around and run back up those stairs and out of that house and never, ever look back. My heart started thumping in my chest, a hard, frantic rhythm that felt like it was shaking my whole body. But I was 12, and I was being paid $50, and what was I so scared of? A dark basement? I felt stupid. So I kept going, my hand gripping the rough, unfinished wood of the railing tightly. I reached the bottom step. The basement was one big, open room, concrete floor, concrete walls. The light from the single bulb didn't reach the corners, which were pools of deep blackness. At first, my eyes just scanned the place. There were some old boxes, a workbench with tools scattered on it, a rusty lawnmower, just junk, like he said. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw what was in the far corner, directly under the bulb. It was a mannequin, but it wasn't just a store dummy. It was dressed in a full white robe and a pointed white hood, the kind you see in history books, the Ku Klux Klan. My brain just stopped. It froze. I couldn't process it. I just stood there, at the bottom of the stairs, my feet glued to the cold concrete, staring. The robe wasn't clean. It had yellowish stains on it, brownish smudges around the sleeves and the hem. The hood had 2 eye holes cut out, and from where I was standing, they were just black, empty circles staring right back at me. My eyes, moving on their own, dragged away from the mannequin and to the walls. That's when the real horror started to sink in. The walls were covered, not with shelves or tools, but with flags, big ones, small ones, Confederate battle flags. But that wasn't all. Tacked up between the flags were photographs. Old, black and white photographs. I could see them clearly in the sickly light. They were pictures of lynchings, of black men hanging from trees, surrounded by crowds of white people, some of them smiling for the camera. I saw one photo where a woman was holding a little kid up so he could see better. There were other things, actual, real nooses, coiled up and hanging from nails on the wall like macabre decorations. One of them looked old, the rope frayed and dark. There were signs, too, hand-painted on pieces of wood. White power, racial purity. Words I knew were bad, but didn't fully understand. Not in the way I was understanding them now, in this cold, silent room. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't swallow. I felt like I was going to be sick. My stomach was a tight, cold knot. This wasn't a history lesson. This wasn't in a book. This was here, in my godfather's basement. A man who gave me candy. A man my dad called his best friend. The air felt thick, heavy with the hate that was plastered all over the walls. It felt hard to breathe it in. I started trembling, a full-body shake I couldn't control. My teeth were chattering, and then a floorboard creaked right behind me. I hadn't heard him come back. I hadn't heard the door open, or footsteps on the stairs. But he was there. Lee was standing on the bottom step right behind me, so close I could feel the warmth of his body. I jumped, a violent, startled flinch, and spun around. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. He wasn't smiling, his usual smile. His face was calm, placid, but his eyes were intense. They were fixed on me, and they had a weird, shiny look to them, like he was excited. He didn't say anything for a long moment. He just looked at me. Then his gaze traveled past me, slowly taking in the robes, the flags, the photographs on the wall, like he was an artist admiring his own gallery. Then he looked back at me. "This room," he said, and his voice was different. It was lower, softer, but it had an edge to it, like a razor blade wrapped in silk. "It's my private room. It's off limits. You understand?" I couldn't speak. I just managed a tiny, jerky nod. My throat was sealed shut. He took a step closer, and I flinched back, bumping against the cold concrete wall. The feel of it against my back made me gasp. "Your dad," Lee said, his eyes locking with mine. "He doesn't know about this place. He doesn't need to know. He's a good man, your dad, but he's soft about some things. He doesn't see the world the way it really is. Not like you and me." He said, "You and me, like we were a team, like we shared a secret." The nausea rose in my throat, bitter and hot. "This," he gestured around the room with a sweep of his hand, "this is the truth. This is about pride, about protecting what's ours. One day you'll understand. You're part of this too. Your blood." He reached out then. I thought he was going to grab me, and I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for it, but he didn't touch me. His hand went past my head, and I heard a soft, rustling sound. I opened my eyes. He was stroking the fabric of the KKK robe on the mannequin. His fingers trailed over one of the stained sleeves, almost lovingly. "You're not to tell him," Lee said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. He was still looking at the robe. "Not at me. You're not to tell your dad you were down here. You understand what will happen if you do." It wasn't a direct threat. It was worse. It was an open-ended, chilling question that my 12-year-old mind filled with every terrible possibility it could imagine. I saw the nooses on the wall. I saw the pictures. I knew what he was capable of. The friendly godfather mask was gone, completely. This was the real man. I nodded again, more vigorously this time. Tears were welling in my eyes, but I was too terrified to let them fall. "Good," he said. Finally, he looked at me again, and the friendly smile was back. But it was a horrible, twisted thing now. It didn't belong on his face. It was like a Halloween mask. "Now, why don't you run on back home? We'll forget about the cleaning. I'll still give you the money." He pulled a wallet from his back pocket, took out 2 20s and a 10, and held them out to me. I stared at the money in his hand. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want to take anything from him ever again, but I was too scared to refuse. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely control it as I reached out and took the bills. The paper felt dirty, contaminated. "Go on," he said, nodding toward the stairs. I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled up those stairs, my legs weak and clumsy, expecting any second to feel his hand on my ankle, pulling me back down into that hell. I didn't look back. I burst through the basement door, slammed it shut behind me, and ran. I ran out of his house, into the blinding afternoon sun. The heat felt good on my skin after that basement chill. I ran all the way back to my dad's house, the $50 crumpled and sweaty in my fist. I didn't stop until I was in my room, with the door closed. I never told my dad. I was too scared. Lee's question, "You understand what will happen if you do?" echoed in my head for the rest of that summer, and for years after. I avoided Lee whenever he came over. I'd make excuses to leave the room. He'd always look at me with that knowing, faintly amused glint in his eye, like we shared a private joke. I'm a grown man now. I have kids of my own. But sometimes when I'm in a basement, or when a certain smell hits me, or when I see a shadow move in just the wrong way, I'm 12 years old again, standing at the bottom of those stairs, frozen in terror, staring into the face of pure, unadulterated evil hiding behind a smile. I never went back. I never spoke of it until now, and I still don't know what would have happened if I had told my dad. I don't think I ever want to know. Story 12. It happened in the Mount Tigua Mountains in Brazil. I was there with 6 friends. We were all in our late 20s. Thought we were invincible, you know? We'd done a bunch of camping trips before, but this was supposed to be the big one. A week deep in the rainforest, totally off the grid. One of the guys, he was a BOPE Special Forces member. I won't say his name, it doesn't matter now. But at the time, having him there felt like having a security blanket. If anything went wrong, he was the guy you wanted. He knew how to handle himself. He knew how to handle a weapon. We all felt safer because of him. The day started out normal. Hot, sticky. The kind of heat that makes your shirt cling to your back 5 minutes after you put it on. The air was so thick with moisture, it felt like you were drinking it. We'd been hiking since dawn, and by early afternoon, we found a decent clearing near a small stream to set up camp. We got the tents up, strung a tarp between some trees for a common area, and started unpacking gear. The jungle was loud, I mean deafening. Howler monkeys, birds, insects, a constant living wall of noise that you just got used to. It was the sound of everything being alive. We were joking around, cracking open a couple of beers, talking about nothing. The BOPE guy was checking his gear, cleaning his rifle with a quiet, methodical focus that was just part of who he was. I remember looking at the sky through the canopy. It was a weird color, not blue, not gray, but a kind of sickly yellow-green. You could feel the pressure dropping. The air got heavier, harder to breathe. Then the wind started. It didn't build up, it just arrived. 1 minute it was still, the next, the trees were whipping back and forth and the tarp was flapping like it was trying to tear itself free. We all stopped what we were doing. The noise of the jungle, it stopped, not like it faded away. It was like someone flipped a switch. 1 second it was a roaring chaos of life. The next, it was just the wind and us. That silence was louder than any sound I'd ever heard. It was wrong. You don't get silence in a place like that. Ever. We all looked at each other. Nobody said anything. We didn't have to. The BOPE guy stood up, his rifle in his hands now, not just being cleaned. His face was blank, but his eyes were scanning the tree line, back and forth, back and forth. That's when the first thunderclap hit. It wasn't a rumble. It was a crack that felt like it split the sky right above us. The rain came down a second later, not as drops, but as a solid sheet of water. It was so heavy it stung my skin and turned the ground to soup in under a minute. We were all shouting to be heard over the downpour, just basic stuff. Get the gear under the tarp. Secure the tents. But we were all moving slow, distracted by that utter silence from the forest. It was pressing in on us. Then the BOPE guy said one word, quiet, but it cut through the storm. Listen, we all froze, and we heard it. A rustling sound out in the trees. It wasn't the wind. The wind was a constant roar. This was different, a dry, scraping rustle, moving in a circle around the edge of our clearing, like something was pacing us. My heart just dropped into my stomach. I remember the exact feeling, this cold dread that started in my guts and spread out to my fingers and toes. I looked at my friends, and I saw the same fear on their faces. We were a bunch of grown men, but in that moment, we were just scared kids. The Bope guy didn't hesitate. Back to back, now. His voice was flat, commanding. We formed a rough circle in the middle of the clearing, under the flapping tarp, our backs to each other. I had a big hunting knife in my hand. Someone else had a hatchet. The BOPE guy had his rifle up, stock against his shoulder, finger off the trigger but ready. The rain was pouring down our faces, blurring our vision. We were all soaked and shivering, but not from the cold. The rustling kept going, circle after circle. It was fast, too fast for a person to be moving in that mud and undergrowth, and it was getting closer with each pass. I could feel the guy behind me, his back muscles tense against mine. I could hear his ragged breathing, or maybe it was mine. I don't know. Then it stopped. The rustling just stopped right in front of us, somewhere in the wall of rain and leaves. The only sound was the hammering of the rain and the frantic beating of my own heart in my ears. We stood there, waiting, for what felt like an hour. It was probably 10 seconds. That's when we heard the scream. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't human. It was high-pitched, but not shrill. It was metallic. It sounded like feedback from a giant amplifier mixed with the screech of tearing metal, and it had a physical force to it. It didn't just hit my ears, it vibrated through my teeth, down my spine, into the bones of my legs. I felt it in my ribs. My whole body was humming with this horrible wrong sound. One of my friends gasped and doubled over, clamping his hands over his ears. I wanted to, but I couldn't move my arms. I was frozen solid, just staring into the rain where the sound had come from. Then the lightning flashed. It wasn't a distant fork. It was a huge, brilliant blue-white explosion that lit up the entire clearing like a camera flash, bleaching all the color out of the world for a split second. And in that split second I saw it. It was tall, maybe 7-8 feet, impossibly skinny, like a stick figure drawn by a child. Its skin wasn't skin. It was a dull, greyish color, slick with rain, and it looked hard like smooth stone or old plastic. It had no hair. Its arms were too long, hanging down past its knees, ending in hands with fingers that were just too many and too thin. But its face is what I still see when I close my eyes. It had no nose, just 2 slits. Its mouth was just a dark, horizontal line. And its eyes, they were huge, completely black and glossy, like pools of oil or polished obsidian. They didn't reflect the lightning, they just absorbed the light, and the way it was standing. It was trying to stand like a person, but it was all wrong. Its knees were bent backwards, and its head was tilted at an angle that looked broken. It was a poor imitation of a person, like something that had seen a human but didn't really know how to put one together. The lightning died, and the darkness crashed back down, darker than before because my eyes were blinded by the flash. For a second, nobody moved. The image was burned onto my retinas. Then the BOPE guy, the trained Special Forces soldier, the toughest man I've ever known, screamed. It wasn't a yell of anger, it was a pure, undiluted sound of terror. Run! The circle broke. It was every man for himself. There was no plan, no thought, just a blind animal panic. I slipped immediately, my boots sinking into the mud, and I went down on one knee. I scrambled back up, my hands sinking into the cold, wet earth. I didn't look back, I just ran. I heard the others crashing through the undergrowth around me, slipping, swearing, sobbing. The rain was still coming down in buckets, making it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Branches whipped at my face and arms, leaving stinging welts. I don't know how I found the path. I just remember my feet hitting the slightly firmer ground, and I poured on whatever speed I had left. I could hear the thing behind us. Not footsteps, but that same dry, fast rustling, moving through the plants, keeping pace with us easily. And then another one of those metallic screams ripped through the air, closer this time, and I felt my legs almost give way. It was a sound that didn't just scare you, it sickened you. It felt like it was unmaking something inside you. Somehow, we all made it to the 2 trucks we'd left parked at the trailhead. I don't remember the run down the mountain. I just remember falling against the side of the truck, fumbling with the door handle, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. I fell into the passenger seat. The boat guy was in the driver's seat next to me, his face a mask of rain and sheer panic. He jammed the key into the ignition, his hands slipping. The engine roared to life. "Go, go, go!" Someone was screaming from the back seat. He didn't even turn on the headlights. He just slammed the truck into reverse, spun us around in a shower of mud and gravel, and then stomped on the accelerator. The truck fishtailed onto the dirt road, and we flew. I risked one glance in the side mirror. It was just a blur of dark trees and pouring rain. I saw no shape, no movement, but I felt it. I felt it watching us leave. We didn't stop driving for 4 hours. We didn't speak. Nobody said a word. The only sounds were the thumping of the wipers, the roar of the engine, and our ragged, uneven breathing. We just drove, staring straight ahead, until we saw the lights of the first town. We never went back for our gear. Tens of thousands of dollars worth of tents, supplies, everything. We just left it there. We never talked about it with each other after that first night in a cheap motel, where we all sat in a room and just stared at the walls. What was there to say? We all saw it. We all knew. The group fell apart after that. We used to be tight, but that trip severed something. We just couldn't look at each other the same way. We were a reminder. One of the guys, he cut ties completely, changed his number, moved cities. I heard through the grapevine that he doesn't go outside much anymore. He's haunted, we all are, but he got the worst of it. I think it was the eyes, those black glossy eyes that looked like they saw right through you, to the parts of you that are weak and scared. I still camp, but I stick to designated campsites with electric lights and lots of people. I never go into the deep wilderness. And every time there's a storm, when the thunder cracks and the rain starts to fall, I get this cold knot in my stomach. I go to the window and look out, and for a second I'm afraid I'll see a tall, skinny shape standing at the edge of the trees, head tilted, trying to remember how to be a person. I don't know what it was. I don't want to know. I just know that it was there in those mountains, and it saw us, and it wanted us to know that it saw us, and sometimes that feels like enough. Story 13. Okay. So I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family, but I guess it's time to get it off my chest. I've been sitting on this for years, and every time I think about it, my hands still shake a little. It's one of those things that sounds made up, but I swear on everything, it happened to me, and what makes it worse is that I found out later it wasn't just me. My grandma went through the exact same thing. Let me start from the beginning. My grandmother passed away about a week before this all went down. She'd been sick for a while, so it wasn't a shock, but it still hit me hard. We were close. I spent a lot of summers at her place when I was a kid, and she always had this warm, comforting presence. Her apartment was in this old building from the 60s, with creaky floors and those thick, heavy doors that slam shut if you're not careful. It smelled like her, a mix of lavender soap, old books, and that faint scent of coffee that never really went away. After the funeral, my family was sorting out her stuff, and I volunteered to stay over for a night to start packing up some of her things. Honestly, I thought it would be peaceful, a way to say goodbye properly. The day I went over, it was a grey, drizzly afternoon in late October. I remember because the leaves were all wet and sticking to the sidewalk, and the air had that chill that gets right into your bones. I let myself into the apartment with the key she'd given me years ago, and as soon as I stepped inside, it hit me. The silence. It wasn't just quiet. It was heavy, like the place was holding its breath. Everything was exactly how she left it. Her knitting basket by the armchair, a half-finished crossword on the coffee table, even her slippers tucked under the edge of the sofa. It felt wrong to be there without her, but I pushed through it. I spent the first couple of hours just wandering around, touching things, remembering. Her bedroom was where I decided to sleep because it felt like the most familiar spot, and I didn't want to be on the couch where she'd spent her last days. The bed was this big, old-fashioned thing with a wrought iron frame, and the mattress sank in the middle where she'd slept for decades. I changed the sheets. She always kept spares in the linen closet and tried to make it feel a little less lonely. As the day wore on, the light faded, and I turned on lamps here and there, but the shadows seemed deeper than usual. I'm not superstitious, but I kept catching movement out of the corner of my eye, like someone had just walked out of the room. I chalked it up to grief and fatigue. By evening, I'd packed a few boxes of books and photos, and my back was aching. I made myself some tea in her kitchen, using her favorite mug, and sat at the small table by the window. Outside, the streetlights flickered on, casting long, wavering shadows across the walls. I remember feeling this odd sense of being watched, but I shrugged it off. Grief does weird things to your mind, right? I finished my tea, washed the mug, and decided to turn in early. It was only around 9 o'clock, but I was exhausted, emotionally and physically. I got ready for bed, brushing my teeth in her bathroom, where the mirror had a faint crack in the corner. I avoided looking at myself too long. My eyes were red from crying earlier. When I climbed into bed, the sheets were cold and stiff, and the pillow smelled faintly of her shampoo. I lay there for what felt like hours, just staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the apartment. The radiator hissed occasionally, and every now and then there'd be a creak from the floorboards, like the building was settling. But then I started hearing other things, soft, shuffling sounds, like someone walking lightly in the hallway. I told myself it was just the old plumbing or the wind outside, but my heart was already starting to race. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake. Not slowly, like you usually wake up, but all at once, like someone had dumped ice water on me. The room was pitch black. I'd closed the curtains tightly so no streetlight seeped in. At first I didn't know what had woken me, but then I felt it. This pressure on my chest, like an invisible weight pushing down. I couldn't move my arms or legs. It was like I was pinned to the bed. My breath caught in my throat, and I tried to gasp, but nothing came out. That's when I saw it, a figure standing at the foot of the bed. It was white, but not bright white like a light. More like a pale, gauzy shape, almost translucent, but solid enough to see clearly in the dark. It didn't have distinct features, no face or hands, just this human-like form that seemed to be made of mist or something, and it was moving toward me, gliding without footsteps. I tried to scream, but my voice was gone, stuck in my throat. Then the screeching started, this high-pitched, ear-splitting sound that felt like it was drilling into my skull. It wasn't loud in a normal way. It was inside my head, vibrating through my bones. The figure leaned over me, and that's when the real horror began. I felt this pulling sensation in my lungs, like the air was being sucked right out of me. It wasn't just that I couldn't breathe, it was like something was physically drawing the breath from my body, yanking it away with force. My chest tightened, and I started to see spots in my vision. The screeching got louder, piercing, and I felt this coldness spreading through me, starting from my core and moving outward. It was the coldest I've ever felt. Not like winter cold, but a deep, unnatural chill that made my teeth chatter even though I couldn't move. I remember thinking, this is it, I'm dying. But worse than that was the feeling that it wasn't just my breath being taken. It was like something else was being pulled out of me, something essential. My soul, My spirit, whatever you want to call it, it felt like I was being hollowed out, emptied from the inside. I could feel my heartbeat slowing, and my limbs went numb. The white figure seemed to loom closer, and I could almost make out a shape where a face should be, but it was just a blur, a void. The screeching mixed with a low, guttural noise, like a whisper, but not words, just pure malice. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe seconds, maybe minutes, but suddenly the pressure released. I gasped, sucking in air so hard it hurt my throat. The figure was gone, and the room was silent again, except for the sound of my own ragged breathing. I scrambled out of bed, my legs wobbling, and fumbled for the light switch. When the lamp flicked on, the room looked normal, just how I'd left it. But I was drenched in sweat, shaking uncontrollably, and my chest ached like I'd been punched. I didn't stay another second. I grabbed my keys and phone and ran out of the apartment, not even bothering to put on shoes. I sat in my car in the parking lot for what felt like hours, just trembling and trying to catch my breath. The sky was starting to lighten with dawn, but I didn't care. I drove straight home and didn't look back. For days, I couldn't sleep properly. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see that white figure and feel that pulling sensation again. I never told anyone about it, not in detail. I thought people would think I was crazy or that it was just a nightmare. But about 5 years later, I was at a family gathering, and my aunt, my grandma's sister, pulled me aside. We were talking about old times, and she mentioned how my grandma had always been afraid to sleep alone in that apartment. I laughed it off, saying something about how it was creaky, but then my aunt got serious. She said, "You know, your grandma told me once that she'd wake up to a white figure sucking the air out of her lungs. She said it felt like it was stealing her soul, and there was always this awful screeching sound." I froze, my blood ran cold, and I felt that same chill from that night. I asked her when it happened, and she said it started after my grandpa died decades ago, and it happened a few times over the years. My grandma never told anyone else because she didn't want to scare us. That was it. No explanation, no resolution, just this confirmation that whatever I experienced wasn't in my head. It was real, and it had haunted my grandma too. To this day, I have no idea what it was. A ghost? Some kind of entity? I don't know, and I don't want to find out. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I still feel that pressure on my chest, and I have to turn on a light just to breathe. Story 14. It was a Tuesday in late October 2019, the kind of day that starts off so normal you don't even think to be grateful for it. My wife was at work, and I was home alone, surrounded by a fortress of cardboard boxes in our new house just outside of Austin. We'd moved in a week prior, and the place still smelled like fresh paint and old dust. I was in the living room, trying to wrestle a bookshelf into submission, when I heard the first thud. It wasn't a loud noise, not like a crash. It was a soft, dense sound, like a bag of flour hitting the floor from a short height. I paused, my arms aching from holding the shelf at a 45-degree angle, and listened. Nothing. The house was silent, the way only an empty, unfamiliar house can be. I chalked it up to something settling or a box shifting its weight, and went back to my battle with the furniture. About an hour later, I was taking a break, sitting on the floor and leaning against the couch with a bottle of water. My eyes landed on the built-in shelves by the fireplace. We'd already put a few things up there to make the place feel less empty. A couple of photo frames, a small stack of books, and this one stupid stuffed animal my wife had since she was a kid. It was a little brown dog with floppy ears and one eye that was slightly lower than the other, giving it a permanently sad, lopsided look. She called it Barnaby. It was sitting on the middle shelf. As I watched, for no reason at all, Barnaby just fell. It didn't teeter. It didn't get pushed by a book sliding or anything. It was just sitting there 1 second, and then it was dropping straight down, landing on the rug with that same soft thump I'd heard earlier. My brain immediately started scrambling for a logical reason. A draft? The house was sealed up tight. The AC wasn't even running. A vibration from a truck outside. The street was dead quiet. I got up, walked over, and picked the thing up. It was just a stuffed animal. I put it back on the shelf, a little further from the edge this time, and tried to ignore the cold little stone of unease that had settled in my gut. The day dragged on. I unpacked kitchen boxes, the clatter of plates and glasses filling the silence. Around 3 in the afternoon, I was in the kitchen when I heard footsteps from the hallway, clear as day. It was the distinct sound of someone walking from the far end of the hall toward the living room. A steady, unhurried creak, creak, creak on the old floorboards. My heart did this stupid little flip. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding too loud. I thought maybe my wife had come home early. No answer. The footsteps stopped right at the mouth of the hallway. I walked out of the kitchen, my own footsteps feeling clumsy and heavy. The hallway was empty, completely empty. I stood there for a full minute, just listening, but the house had gone back to its tomb-like silence. I was trying to convince myself it was the house settling again. That old houses make noises, all that rational stuff you tell yourself. When I heard the back door open, not a rattle, not a bang from the wind. We didn't have a storm door. It was the solid, metallic click-clunk of the deadbolt turning, followed by the groan of the door swinging inward on its hinges. I froze. That was a sound you don't mistake. I ran to the back of the house, to the mudroom, my pulse hammering in my ears. The door was closed and locked. I checked the deadbolt twice. It was firmly in the locked position. I remember putting my hand on the wood of the door, right by the frame, and it felt cold. Not just room temperature, but chilled, like it had been open to the outside air a moment before. That was the moment the normalcy of the day fully shattered. This wasn't just odd noises anymore. This felt intentional. I spent the rest of the afternoon jumping at every little sound, my skin feeling too tight for my body. I kept looking over my shoulder. The feeling of being watched was so intense, it was almost a physical pressure between my shoulder blades. When my wife got home around 6, I didn't tell her. What was I going to say? "Hey, honey, the house is haunted by a polite ghost that opens doors and walks around." I just helped her with her bags and tried to act like everything was fine. We ordered pizza and ate it on the floor because the dining table was still buried under a mountain of bubble wrap. I almost told her a couple times, but the words just wouldn't come out. It sounded insane, even in my own head. Things calmed down for a bit after that, or at least we got used to a new kind of normal. The stuffed animal would fall every few days, always when no one was near it. We'd hear footsteps upstairs sometimes at night, just a few paces back and forth. We became masters of excuses. The house is old. It's the pipes. It's the wind, even on still nights. We were a team in our denial. Then our son was born in the summer of 2020. The weird stuff took a back seat for a while, drowned out by the sheer, exhausting chaos of a newborn, but it never really went away. It just changed its focus. One afternoon, my wife had taken the baby to her mum's for a few hours. I was catching up on sleep, sprawled out on our bed, when a sound jerked me awake. It was a rapid, frantic rattling, not a gentle shaking. It was the sound of someone, or something, grabbing the bars of the crib in the nursery and shaking it as hard as they could. My blood went cold. I was out of our bed and across the hall in 2 seconds flat, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. The nursery was empty. The mobile above the crib was still, but the crib itself was vibrating. I could see the faintest tremor in the white-painted wood, and the fitted sheet on the little mattress, the one with the cartoon rockets on it, was wrinkled. Not just slept in, wrinkled. It was bunched up at one end, like a hand had grabbed a fistful of it and yanked. I stood in the doorway, my hand gripping the doorframe so hard my knuckles were white. The baby wasn't even home. There was no reason, no possible physical reason for that crib to have been moving. I walked over and put my hand on the railing. It was still, cool to the touch. I remember smoothing out the sheet, my fingers tracing the fabric where it had been pulled, and feeling a profound, deep in my bones kind of wrongness. The real turning point, the thing that broke our careful facade of normalcy, happened on a random Thursday night. It was maybe 9 months after our son was born, so early 2021. I was working late on a project in the home office we'd set up in one of the spare bedrooms. My wife was putting the baby down in our room. He was going through a phase where he'd only sleep if he was in our bed first. Then we'd move him to the crib later. I heard her let out a short, sharp gasp from our bedroom. It wasn't a scream, more like the sound you make when you see a spider drop in front of your face. I got up and walked down the hall. The door to our room was open, and she was standing just inside, frozen, staring at the far wall. The only light was from the dim lamp on her nightstand. "What is it?" I asked, my voice low. She didn't look at me. She just pointed a trembling finger at the wall opposite the bed. "A shadow," she whispered. "It was walking. Then it just stopped." I looked. There was nothing there, just the blank beige wall. "Maybe it was from the headlights of a car," I said, the automatic excuse already on my lips. She shook her head, finally turning to look at me. Her face was pale, her eyes wide. "No, it was a person-shaped shadow, but there was no one here to cast it." We stood there for a minute, just staring at the empty wall. The air in the room felt heavy, thick. I put my arm around her and I could feel her trembling. We decided to go to bed, to just try and sleep it off. I turned off the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Maybe an hour later, I was drifting in that hazy space between awake and asleep when I felt my wife go rigid beside me. Her breathing had stopped. I opened my eyes. The room was pitch black, but my eyes had adjusted enough to see shapes. I followed her line of sight toward the dresser on my side of the room. There was a figure standing there. It wasn't a full-bodied, see-through person. It was more like a concentration of darkness, a man-shaped void that was blacker than the black of the room. It was tall, its head nearly brushing the low ceiling, and it was moving. Its arm, just a solid shade of deeper night, was reaching out, its hand on the top drawer of the dresser. I heard the faint wooden scrape as it pulled the drawer open. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, I was paralyzed, locked in place by a terror so pure and complete, it felt like my body had shut down. All I could do was watch. The figure seemed to be looking into the drawer. Then, slowly, very slowly, it turned its head. It didn't have eyes or a face, just a smooth, dark oval where a head should be. But I knew with every fiber of my being that it was looking directly at my wife. I felt her nails dig into my arm. It held its gaze for what felt like an eternity, just staring at her from across the dark room. Then it simply wasn't there anymore. It didn't fade. It didn't walk away. 1 second it was a solid, impossible shape by the dresser, and the next second the space was empty. The drawer was still open about an inch. We both let out the breaths we'd been holding in ragged, shaky gasps. I fumbled for the lamp, my hand slapping at the base until the light clicked on. The room was normal, our room, our clothes on the chair, the baby monitor glowing on the nightstand, and the top drawer of my dresser open just a crack. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We just sat in bed with the lights on, holding each other, not saying a word. There was nothing left to say. Our excuses were gone. After that, the occurrences became a monthly event, like a twisted bill coming due. A door would slam shut, a cold spot would drift through the kitchen. We'd hear a child's laughter from the nursery when our son was fast asleep in our arms. We were living in a state of constant, low-grade dread, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. It was around this time I finally talked to a neighbor, an older guy who lived a few houses down. I didn't mention the ghost. I just casually asked about the house next to ours, which had been empty since we moved in. The for sale sign was looking pretty weathered. He got this uncomfortable look on his face. "Yeah, that place," he said, shaking his head. "Strange deal. 5 different sets of people lived there in the last 5 years. Every single one of them left in a hurry, broke their leases, lost their deposits, just packed up and vanished. Last family, they were gone in less than 3 months, left furniture and everything. 5 occupants. All gone abruptly. The thought hit me like a physical blow. What if it wasn't our house that was the problem? What if it was the thing inside it? And what if it got bored or finished whatever it was doing and just moved next door for a while and then moved back? The idea that this presence wasn't tied to the bricks and mortar, but was a free agent, drifting between these 2 homes, leaving a trail of unsettled families in its wake, was somehow 1,000 times more terrifying than a simple haunted house. We were trapped, we had a mortgage, we had a baby, we couldn't just run. We endured another 6 months of it, every month a fresh new horror, each one chipping away at us. My wife started having trouble sleeping. I found myself checking every room before I went into it, my shoulders permanently tense. Our salvation came from the most mundane place possible, my job. I got a transfer to a different state in the late summer of 2021. I have never packed boxes so fast in my entire life. The last week in that house was the longest of my life. On the day we moved out, as I was doing one final walkthrough of the empty rooms, I went into the nursery one last time. The room was bare, the crib long since disassembled. Sitting alone in the middle of the clean, empty floor was Barnaby, the stupid stuffed dog. I had packed him myself 2 days earlier, sealing him in a box marked "Keep Bedroom." I have no idea how he got out of that taped-shut box and into that room. I just looked at him, his lopsided eyes seeming to stare back at me. I didn't pick him up. I turned around, walked out of that house, got in my car, and I never looked back. We've been in our new place for a while now. It's quiet, normal. But sometimes late at night I'll wake up for no reason and I'll lie there in the dark listening, and I'll wonder if the family in our old house in Texas is hearing footsteps in the hall, or if the people next door to them are about to have a very bad, very confusing month. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it chose us. I don't know why it plays with stuffed animals and opens drawers. I just know it was there. And I know, with a cold certainty, that it's probably still there. Story 15. Okay, so I've never really shared this with anyone outside of work, but I need to get it out there because it's been eating at me for months now. I used to work at this golf course restaurant in New York, and the building was this old, kind of weird place that looked like a mini castle. You know, stone walls, turrets, the whole deal. It stood out like a sore thumb, surrounded by green fairways and modern houses. I was a chef there, and most days it was just a normal job. Prepping food, dealing with orders, the usual grind. But there was one part of that place that never felt right. The basement. From day one, going down there gave me the creeps. It wasn't just that it was dark or damp, though it was both. It was this heavy, suffocating feeling, like someone was watching you from the boiler room. The boiler room was tucked away in the back corner, behind a rusted metal door that always seemed to be slightly ajar, no matter how many times we closed it. The air down there was thick and cold, even in the middle of summer, and it smelled like old dust and something else, something metallic and sour. I'd have to go down sometimes to grab extra supplies or check on the freezer, and every time I'd get this prickling on the back of my neck, like eyes were drilling into me from the shadows. I'd hurry through whatever I had to do, my heart thumping, and race back up the stairs, feeling relieved once I hit the main floor. Then one afternoon, I was in the kitchen chopping vegetables, and my co-worker, she was another chef, we'd worked together for about a year, pulled me aside during a slow moment. Her hands were shaking a little, and she kept glancing toward the basement door. She told me she felt it too, that same feeling of being watched whenever she went down there. She said once, When she was alone closing up, she heard what sounded like whispering coming from the boiler room, but when she looked, there was nothing, just the hum of the boiler and that eerie silence. Hearing her say that out loud made my stomach drop, because it confirmed I wasn't just imagining things. We started avoiding the basement as much as possible after that, making excuses or teaming up if we had to go down, but even then, it was tense. A few weeks later, we learned something that made it all even creepier. The manager mentioned offhand that the building's stones were imported from Whitby Abbey in England. I didn't know much about it at first, but I looked it up later. It's this ancient abbey with a dark history, tied to Gothic stories and hauntings. I started wondering if maybe that history had brought something with it, some spirit or energy stuck in those stones. It wasn't a comforting thought, but it made sense in a twisted way. We didn't talk about it much after that, but the unease between me and my co-worker grew. We'd exchange looks whenever someone mentioned the basement, and we both knew we were thinking the same thing. But the day that really messed me up was a Tuesday in late October. I remember it was overcast, the sky this dull grey that made everything feel heavier. We were prepping for a big event that evening, a wedding reception, so the kitchen was chaos, pans clattering, people shouting, the usual rush. Around 3 in the afternoon, the power flickered and then went out completely. Everything went silent except for the wind outside and the distant sound of cars. We all froze for a second. Then someone yelled that the circuit breaker was in the basement. My stomach clenched because I knew what that meant. The manager asked me and my co-worker to go check it since we were less busy than the others. I didn't want to, but I couldn't say no without sounding crazy. My co-worker gave me this wide-eyed look and I nodded, trying to play it cool. We grabbed a flashlight from the drawer. The batteries were low, so the light was dim and shaky, and headed for the basement door. The stairs were these narrow wooden things that creaked with every step, and the air got colder as we went down. I could feel the humidity clinging to my skin, and that familiar sense of being watched washed over me like a wave. At the bottom, the basement stretched out in front of us, shadows dancing in the flashlight beam. The boiler room door was open wider than usual, and I could see the faint glow of the pilot light inside. My heart was already racing, and I could hear my co-worker breathing heavily behind me. We moved toward the circuit box, which was on the wall near the boiler room. The floor was concrete, uneven in places, and I stumbled over a loose tile, my hands sweating so much I almost dropped the flashlight. As we reached the box, I heard a soft, scraping sound from the boiler room. It was subtle, like something dragging across the floor. I froze, and my co-worker grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I nodded, too scared to speak. We stood there for what felt like forever, listening, but it didn't come again. I forced myself to open the circuit box. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely turn the switches. Nothing happened at first. Then the lights flickered back on overhead, casting a harsh yellow light that made the shadows even more pronounced. We both let out a sigh of relief, but then the boiler kicked on with a loud groan, and the door to the boiler room swung shut with a bang that echoed through the basement. We jumped, and I felt a cold draft sweep past us, raising goosebumps on my arms. My co-worker whispered, "Let's get out of here," and we turned to leave. But as we did, I glanced back at the boiler room door, and I saw something that made my blood run cold. A shadow moving behind the small window in the door, like someone was standing right there watching us. It was tall and indistinct, but it felt malevolent, like it was feeding off our fear. I didn't say anything. I just grabbed my co-worker's hand and we bolted for the stairs. My legs felt like jelly, and I could hear our footsteps echoing, mixed with this low, humming noise that seemed to come from everywhere at once. We burst through the basement door into the kitchen, slamming it shut behind us, and leaned against it, panting. The other staff looked at us like we were insane, but we didn't care. We just stood there trying to catch our breath, the fear still clinging to us. The rest of the day was a blur. The event went fine, but I couldn't focus. Every time I passed the basement door, I felt that chill, and I kept seeing that shadow in my mind. My co-worker and I didn't talk about it until we were closing up, alone in the kitchen. She said she saw it too, the shadow, and she felt like it was trying to communicate something, but she didn't know what. We both agreed that the history of those stones from Whitby Abbey had to be connected. It was too much of a coincidence. The thought that some dark energy from centuries ago was trapped down there, watching us, made me never want to set foot in that building again. I quit a couple of weeks later, and so did she. We still text sometimes, mostly about normal stuff, but every now and then, one of us will bring up that day, and the fear comes rushing back. I don't have any explanations for what happened. No logical ones anyway. It's just this thing that happened, and I'm left with this unease that won't go away, like part of that basement is still with me. I guess some things you just can't explain, no matter how hard you try. Story 16. My husband had this old motorcycle he'd fixed up himself. It wasn't much, but it got us around. I climbed on the back, wrapping my arms around his waist, and we set off. The roads were mostly empty at that hour, which was normal. We lived out in a more rural area, so the route home was a narrow, winding road, flanked by rice fields and the occasional cluster of trees. There were no streetlights, just the motorcycle's headlight cutting a weak beam through the darkness. I could hear the crickets chirping and the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze, but otherwise, it was quiet. Too quiet, maybe. I've always been a little jumpy at night, but that night felt different somehow, like the silence was waiting for something. We'd been riding for about 20 minutes when I first felt it, a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. I tightened my grip on my husband's shirt, trying to shake off the feeling. The moon was out, but it was partly covered by clouds, casting everything in this eerie half-light. I remember staring ahead, watching the road unfold in front of us. When I saw her, up ahead, maybe 50 meters away, there was a woman standing on the side of the road. She was just there, like she'd materialized out of nowhere. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me because of the fatigue, but as we got closer, the details snapped into focus. She was wearing a traditional kabaya, all white, and it looked dirty and torn in places. Her hair was messy, like she'd been through something rough. But what really got me was what she was holding. A baby, bundled up in what looked like a cloth, and it was crying. Not just fussing, but this weak, pitiful wail that cut through the engine noise, and I could see dark stains on the cloth around the baby, like blood. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I leaned forward, shouting over the wind to my husband, "Stop! Stop the bike! There's a woman with a baby and she needs help!" He glanced back, confused, and shook his head. "What are you talking about? There's no one there." He didn't even slow down. I could hear the annoyance in his voice, like he thought I was being silly or overtired, but I saw her clear as day. We were getting closer, and I could see her face, pale, with this desperate, pleading look in her eyes. She was holding the baby out slightly, like she was offering it to us, and the blood seemed fresh, glistening in the dim light. The baby's cries were getting fainter, like it was running out of energy, and that made it even worse. "No, seriously, stop!" I yelled, my voice shaking. I pointed, but by then we were almost level with her, and I could see the details up close. Her clothes were damp, clinging to her, and there was mud on her feet like she'd been walking through the fields. The baby's face was turned toward me, and I swear I saw its eyes, wide and scared, with tears mixing with the blood on its cheeks. It was so real, so vivid, that I couldn't understand how my husband didn't see it. He just grumbled something about me needing sleep, and sped up a little, the engine whining as we passed her. I twisted around to look back, and she was still there, standing motionless, watching us go. The baby's crying faded into the distance, but the image was burned into my mind. My hands were trembling, and I felt cold all over, despite the warm night air. I kept babbling to my husband, "Did you not see her? She was right there with a baby bleeding. He just patted my leg and said, "You're tired, dear. It's dark, and your mind is playing tricks on you." But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a trick. It felt too solid, too urgent. The rest of the ride home was a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about that woman and the baby. Why were they out there alone? Why did she look so desperate? And the blood. It made my stomach twist. I've seen accidents before, but this was different. It felt unfinished, like there was something we were supposed to do but didn't. My husband kept talking about random things, trying to distract me, but I barely heard him. All I could focus on was the memory of that woman's eyes, locked on mine, full of this silent plea that I couldn't answer. When we finally got home, I was still shaking. Our house is a simple one with a small garden out front. And as we pulled up, I noticed the lights were on in our neighbor's house across the street. That was unusual for that hour. My husband helped me off the bike, and I must have looked pale because he asked if I needed to lie down. Just then, our neighbor, Busari, came rushing out. She's an older woman, always up early, but here she was, wide awake and anxious. "Thank goodness you're back," she said, her voice tight. "There was an accident on the main road earlier tonight. A hit and run. A young mother and her baby were hit by a car. They didn't make it." My blood ran cold. I felt like the ground was shifting under my feet. I stammered, "Where? Where did it happen?" She described the exact spot where I'd seen the woman and baby. I couldn't speak for a moment. My husband was quiet too, his face grim. Busari went on, saying the police had been by, but no one saw who did it, and the bodies were taken away already. She mentioned that the mother was wearing a white kebaya, and the baby was just a few months old. I felt a wave of nausea hit me. It was all exactly what I'd seen. I don't know how I managed to stay standing. My legs felt like jelly, and I had to lean against the motorcycle for support. My husband put his arm around me, and I could feel him trembling too. He didn't say anything, but I knew he was thinking the same thing I was, that I hadn't been imagining it, that what I saw was real in some way. We decided right then that we had to go back. I don't know why, but it felt necessary, like we owed it to them. My husband, usually so practical, didn't argue. He just nodded and we got back on the bike. The ride back to that spot was even more terrifying than the first time. The night seemed darker now, heavier. Every shadow felt like it was watching us. I kept my eyes glued to the road, half expecting to see her again, but the stretch where she'd been was empty when we arrived. We pulled over to the side, and I got off, my knees weak. The area looked normal, just a dirt shoulder with some trampled grass, but I could still picture her standing there. My husband rummaged in the bike storage and found some flowers he'd picked from our garden earlier that day. They were a bit wilted, but he handed them to me without a word. I knelt down and placed the flowers on the ground where I'd seen her. My hands were shaking so badly that I almost dropped them. The air felt still, like everything was holding its breath. I whispered a quick prayer, something simple, asking for peace for them. As I stood up, a cold breeze swept through, rustling the leaves nearby, and I heard it, a faint, distant cry like a baby's whimper. It was so soft I almost missed it, but it was there. My husband heard it too. I saw him stiffen and look around. We didn't say anything, just stood there for a moment listening, but it didn't come again. We got back on the bike and rode home in silence. I couldn't stop thinking about that cry, about the woman's face, about the blood. When we got back, I went straight to bed, but I didn't sleep. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, going over every detail in my head. Why did I see them? Why me? Was it a warning? Or were they trying to tell us something? My husband fell asleep eventually, but I could tell he was troubled too. He kept muttering in his sleep. The next few days, I asked around discreetly, and the story checked out. The hit and run had happened around the same time we were riding home. No one had seen the driver, and the family was poor, so there wasn't much of an investigation. I never saw the woman or the baby again, but sometimes, on quiet nights, I'll hear a faint crying in the distance, and I'll freeze, wondering if it's just the wind or something else. I've never been able to explain it, not to myself or to anyone else. It's just one of those things that happened, and it left a mark on me that hasn't faded. Even now, years later, I avoid that road at night if I can help it, because part of me is afraid I'll see her again, standing there waiting for someone to stop. Story 17. I'm still not sure how to even start this, or if anyone's going to believe me. It's been 3 days, and I haven't slept more than a couple of hours at a time. Every time I close my eyes, I feel that pull, that dizzying sensation of falling back into it. My boss thinks I've got the flu, but the truth is, I'm scared. I'm so scared of my own bed, of my own damn shirt, that I've been sleeping on the couch and wearing the same hoodie since it happened. It was last Thursday. A completely normal Thursday, or at least it was supposed to be. I had a big meeting at work, one of those quarterly review things that nobody looks forward to, but everyone pretends is a big deal. I set my alarm for 6:30 in the morning, like I always do. The first time I woke up, everything was fine. The alarm was beeping, that same abrasive sound I've hated for years. I slapped it off, rolled out of bed, and my feet hit the cold hardwood floor. I remember stretching, my back giving a satisfying pop, and shuffling into the bathroom. I did my business, brushed my teeth, and went to my closet to pick out a shirt. I'd laid out my good one the night before, a light blue button-down. It was a little wrinkled from hanging in the closet, so I decided to give it a quick press. I have this small ironing board I set up in the kitchen because the plug is better there. I filled the iron with water, plugged it in, and waited for it to heat up. The hiss of the steam, the smell of hot cotton. It's all so normal, so boring. I remember carefully running the iron over the collar, then the sleeves, getting out the creases. I unplugged the iron, draped the shirt over a chair to let it cool, and went to make coffee, and that's when it happened. It wasn't a sound or a flash, it was a feeling, like the floor dropped out from under me for a split second. A massive, dizzying wave of vertigo that made me grab the counter. My vision swam, and for a heartbeat, everything went grey and staticky, like a TV losing signal. I blinked, hard, and the feeling passed as quickly as it came. I shook my head, wrote it off as low blood sugar or something, and poured my coffee. I took a sip, black and bitter, and turned to look at the clock on the microwave. It was 6:31. That couldn't be right. I'd been up for at least 15-20 minutes. I checked my phone, 6:31. A cold little trickle of confusion went down my spine. Maybe the clock was wrong. Maybe I'd dreamed the whole getting up thing, but my toothbrush was wet. The iron was still warm to the touch. I stood there holding my coffee mug, feeling utterly disoriented. I decided to just shrug it off. Weird brain glitch. Move on. So I went through the motions again. I went back to the bedroom to get dressed. I picked up the shirt from the chair. It was cool now. I put it on, buttoning it up, tucking it in. I went to the bathroom to fix my hair. I looked in the mirror, and my reflection was wrong. It was me, but not. The face looking back at me was pale, with dark circles under the eyes that hadn't been there a minute ago. There was a sheen of sweat on its forehead. Its eyes, my eyes, were wide, pupils dilated, staring back at me with a kind of frantic recognition I didn't understand. I leaned in closer to the mirror, my heart starting to thump a little harder. What the hell was that? I touched my own face. It felt normal. I blinked, and the reflection was just me again, looking tired maybe, but normal. I wrote it off as a trick of the light, my mind playing games after that weird, dizzy spell. I finished getting ready, grabbed my keys and wallet and headed for the door. I put my hand on the doorknob, twisted it, and the world dissolved. It was that same drop, that same gut-wrenching lurch, but stronger this time. The grey static flooded my vision, and a high-pitched whine filled my ears. It felt like being sucked down a drain. My stomach turned over and I squeezed my eyes shut against the nausea. When I opened them, I was in my bed. The alarm was beeping. 6:30. I shot upright, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. No, this wasn't right. This was a dream, a vivid, messed up dream. I looked at my hands. They were real. I felt the sheets. They were real. The beeping alarm was definitely real. I was drenched in a cold sweat, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I got out of bed, my legs shaky. I walked into the kitchen. There was the ironing board, set up. The iron was on it, cold. My blue shirt was draped over the chair, wrinkled. My mouth went dry. This was impossible. I had just done this. I had just lived this. I remembered it. The steam, the coffee, the mirror, the doorknob. It was all in my head, clear as day. A sickening, crushing sense of déjà vu wrapped around me, so thick I could barely breathe. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes just staring at the shirt, my mind racing. Okay, I thought. Okay, you're losing it. You're having a nervous breakdown. Just do it again. Get through the routine. Maybe it'll break the spell. So like an automaton, I filled the iron. I plugged it in. I waited for the click. The hiss of steam made me jump this time. The smell of hot cotton, which had been so mundane before, now smelled like dread. I ironed the shirt, my movements slow and deliberate, my eyes constantly darting around the room, waiting for it to happen. Every second was stretched tight with anticipation. I finished. I unplugged the iron. I draped the shirt over the chair. I turned to the coffee maker. The drop came. Harder this time. It felt like a physical blow to the back of my head. The static was louder, the grey deeper. I felt a painful jolt, like I'd been yanked by a hook behind my navel. I was in my bed. The alarm was beeping. This time a scream caught in my throat. I didn't just sit up. I scrambled out of the bed, falling onto the floor in a tangle of sheets. I was hyperventilating. This wasn't a dream. This was a nightmare I was awake inside of. I crawled to the bedroom door and looked out into the hallway. Everything was in its place. The sun was coming through the living room window, same as before. I got to my feet, stumbling into the kitchen. Ironing board, iron, wrinkled shirt. A sob escaped me. I was trapped. I was in a loop. And the reset point was ironing the shirt? No, it was after. It was right after I finished ironing the shirt. That was the trigger. I didn't want to do it. The thought of touching that iron, of hearing that hiss, made me feel physically ill. But what was the alternative? Stay in my pajamas forever? I looked at the clock. 6:32. If I didn't do it, would I just be stuck here in this moment forever? The thought was even more terrifying. Trembling, I picked up the iron. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pour the water. I plugged it in. The little red light came on. I watched it, hypnotized by its glow. This little device that had somehow become the center of my own personal hell. I ironed the shirt. It felt like I was ironing my own shroud. Every pass of the hot metal over the fabric felt like it was sealing my fate. I was crying now, tears dripping off my chin and sizzling on the hot plate of the iron. The steam wasn't just steam. It was the breath of this thing that had me, this invisible cage. I finished. I unplugged the iron. I let go of the shirt. I didn't even turn around. I just stood there waiting, my entire body tensed for the blow. It came. The hook in my gut, the static, the fall. Bed alarm. 6:30. This time I didn't scream. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, feeling a profound, soul-crushing exhaustion. How many times had it been? 4? 5? I'd lost count. The memories were starting to blur together, the edges of each loop softening and merging. The panic was still there, a constant screaming background noise in my head, but it was buried under a layer of heavy, hopeless fatigue. I got up. I went to the kitchen. I saw the setup, and a new, chilling thought occurred to me. What if the loop was getting shorter? What if, each time, I was waking up a little later, giving me less and less time before the reset? I had to check. I looked at the microwave clock as soon as I got to the kitchen. 6:34. My blood ran cold. The first time I'd woken up at 6:30. The second time, it was 6:31. Now it was 6:34. I was losing time. The loop was tightening around me, the noose getting smaller. How long until I woke up and had only seconds? What happened then? The horror of that realization was different from the initial panic. It was a slow, creeping frost settling into my bones. This wasn't just a glitch. It was a process. It was consuming me. I went through the motions again, my mind racing, trying to find a way out. What if I didn't iron the shirt? I had to try. I left the ironing board where it was and walked straight to the front door. I didn't get my keys. I just wanted to see if I could get outside. I reached for the doorknob. My hand was an inch away. The lurch, the static, the pull. Bed alarm, 6:35. So I couldn't skip the trigger. I had to perform the ritual. I had to iron the damn shirt. But what if I changed something? What if I destroyed the shirt? I went to the kitchen, grabbed the shirt, and started tearing at it. The fabric was strong. I couldn't rip it. I looked around for scissors. I couldn't find them. They were always in the junk drawer, but they weren't there. It was like the loop itself was preventing me from breaking the rules. Frustrated, terrified, I threw the shirt on the floor and stomped on it. It did nothing. Defeated, I picked it up. It was still wrinkled. I had to iron it. There was no other way. I filled the iron. My movements were sluggish, robotic. I was a ghost in my own life, performing a pointless task for an unseen warden. I plugged it in. I waited. The hiss, the smell. I ironed the crumpled shirt, smoothing out the mess I'd just made. The irony was so bitter I could taste it. I finished. I unplugged it. I held my breath. The reset was instantaneous. No warning lurch this time. One moment I was standing in my kitchen, the next I was falling backwards onto my mattress. Bed alarm, 6:36. The numbers were a death knell, 6:36. I was being pushed forward, towards some terrible conclusion. What happened when I ran out of morning? I was so tired. My eyes felt gritty. My head throbbed with a steady, dull ache. This was a different kind of torture. It wasn't just fear. It was the erosion of myself, my sanity. Each reset felt like it was sanding away a piece of who I was, leaving behind a raw, terrified nerve. I got up. I went to the kitchen. 6:38. I looked at the shirt. It wasn't just an object anymore. It was my enemy. It was the key and the lock. I hated it. I poured the water into the iron, my hand trembling so violently I spilled some on the floor. I didn't care. I plugged it in. The red light mocked me. I started ironing, but this time I was talking to myself, muttering under my breath. This isn't real. This is a dream. You're asleep. Wake up. Wake up, you bastard. Wake up. I was begging, pleading with nothing and everything. I finished the collar. I moved to the first sleeve, and then I stopped. A crazy, desperate idea formed in my exhausted mind. What if I didn't finish? What if I left it half-ironed? What would the loop do with that? It was a stupid, tiny rebellion, but it was all I had left. I deliberately ironed only one sleeve and half the front. I left the other sleeve in the back, a wrinkled mess. I unplugged the iron. I dropped it on the board with a clatter. I stared at the half-finished shirt, and I waited. 1 second, 2, 5. My heart was pounding, a frantic drumbeat of hope and terror. 10 seconds. Nothing had happened. I was still here. I took a hesitant step towards the living room, then another. I was waiting for the pull, for the static, but the air felt still, normal. I made it to the center of the living room. I looked at the clock, 6:44. I started to cry, great heaving sobs of relief. I had done it. I had broken the loop. I was free. I sank to my knees on the rug, clutching my chest, letting the tears come. The fear began to recede, replaced by a trembling, fragile sense of victory. I don't know how long I stayed there, long enough for my tears to dry on my face. The sun was higher now, casting bright squares of light on the floor. The world felt solid again, real. Slowly, shakily, I got to my feet. I needed to get out of this apartment. I needed air. I needed to see other people, to confirm that reality was still there. I walked back into the kitchen to get my keys from the counter. I glanced at the ironing board as I passed. The shirt was there, but it wasn't half ironed anymore. It was perfectly pressed. Every crease was gone. The collar was sharp. The sleeves were smooth. It was hanging neatly over the back of the chair, as if I had just finished it with meticulous care. And the iron was plugged in. The little red light was on. It was waiting for me. Story 18. It started with my commute home. I work in one of those big tech companies in the Haidian district. You know the type. All glass and steel, people hustling even at 11 at night. Last night, I was finishing up a big project. The kind with a stupid deadline, and by the time I packed up, it was already past midnight. The office was a ghost town. Just the hum of the servers and the cleaning staff's vacuum cleaner echoing down the hall. I took the elevator down to the subway. It's usually my least favorite part of the day, that late-night ride. The tunnels feel deeper, the lights feel harsher. But last night, I was just tired, bone tired. My brain was fried from staring at code for 12 hours straight. All I wanted was to get home, maybe scrounge up some leftovers and pass out. I got down to the platform for line 10. It was emptier than usual, which I figured was because of the holiday. Most people were probably at parties or with their families. There was just this one other guy way down at the end of the platform, leaning against a pillar, and a couple of security guards chatting by the ticket gates. The air was cold and smelled like metal and damp concrete. I remember checking the time on my phone. It was 12:27. When the train pulled in, I was surprised. The car I stepped into was packed, not rush hour packed, but full. Every seat was taken, and there were people standing, holding onto the poles. It was weird for that time of night. I found a spot near the doors and leaned against the glass partition, pulling out my phone to zone out. That's when I first noticed the silence. It wasn't just quiet. It was a heavy, thick silence. Nobody was talking. Not a single person. On a normal late train, you might get a couple of students whispering, or someone snoring, or the rustle of a plastic bag. This was nothing. Just the rumble of the train on the tracks. I looked up from my phone, and that's when the other stuff started to sink in. The people. They all looked exhausted. Not just tired from work tired, but a deep, soul-crushing kind of tired. Their clothes were off too. Not dirty, but just worn. Like they'd been wearing them for a long, long time. Faded colors, fabrics that looked thin and tired themselves. A man across from me had a jacket that was frayed at the cuffs. A woman a few seats down had a dress that looked like it was from another decade. The pattern was so old-fashioned. Their faces were pale and their eyes were kind of blank, just staring at nothing. I figured it was just a bunch of night shift workers, maybe from a factory or a hospital, all heading home at the same time. A weird coincidence. The train moved from station to station, but nobody got on or off. We just rolled through the brightly lit empty platforms. Dongjiman, Tuanjehu Agricultural Exhibition Center. Each one a blur of white tiles and posters, completely deserted. It felt like we were the only people left in the entire city. Just this one train car full of silent, tired people moving through a dead world. I tried to go back to my phone, but the battery was almost dead. I shoved it back in my pocket and just watched the dark tunnels flash by in the window. My own reflection looked pale and strained. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing in on my eardrums. It was making me anxious. My neck was getting stiff from holding myself so still, like if I moved too suddenly, I'd break some kind of spell. Then the announcement came. It was the automated female voice, the one you hear 1,000 times a day. Calm, robotic. Next stop, Baba Oshan. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. I frowned. Baba Oshan. That's the station out near the cemetery. The big famous one. Why would we be going there? It's not on this line's normal route this time of night. I thought I must have misheard. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. But then the train started to slow down. The lights in the car flickered just for a split second. A collective, almost imperceptible shift went through the people around me. It wasn't a movement, more like a change in the atmosphere, a subtle straightening of postures, a slight turning of heads towards the doors. It was the first real sign of life I'd seen from any of them. The train pulled into Babaoshan station. The platform here was different. The lights were a dimmer, yellower color, and the air that seeped in when the doors hissed open was cold. I mean a deep, grave cold that made the hairs on my arms stand up. It smelled different too, not like the city. It smelled like wet earth and old stone. And then they all got off. Every single person in that car stood up in near unison and filed out onto the platform. They moved quietly, efficiently, without a single word or a glance back. Their footsteps were soft, almost soundless on the dirty concrete. I watched them go, this river of worn-out silent people dispersing into the shadows of the station. In less than 30 seconds, the car was completely empty. I was alone. The doors stayed open for what felt like a long time. I just stood there, frozen, staring out at the empty platform. The cold was leaching into the car, raising goosebumps on my skin. My heart was thumping a weird, slow rhythm in my chest. This was wrong. All of it was wrong. Why were they all getting off here, at a cemetery station after midnight on New Year's Eve? Finally, with another hiss, the doors slid shut. The train gave a little jolt and started moving again. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. My legs felt weak. I slid down the partition until I was sitting on the floor, my back against the cool glass. Okay, I thought. That was bizarre, seriously bizarre, but it was over. They were gone. I was alone and the train was moving and I was going home. I closed my eyes for a minute, just trying to get my breathing back to normal. The rumble of the train was a comfort now. I could almost convince myself it had just been a strange coincidence. A large group of mourners, cemetery workers, something, anything. Then the announcement came again. The exact same voice, the exact same words, the same calm, robotic tone. Next stop, Babaoshan. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. My eyes snapped open. No, that's impossible. I scrambled to my feet, my heart hammering against my ribs now, a frantic, panicked beat. I looked out the window. We were in the tunnel, pitch blackness. We couldn't be approaching Babaoshan again. We'd just left it, but the train was slowing down. The same flicker of the lights, the same hiss as the doors opened, and there it was. The same platform, the same dim yellow lights, the same smell of wet earth and cold stone. The car was empty. I was the only one in it. I stared out at the platform, my breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. It was identical, exactly the same as it was 2 minutes ago, but that was impossible. We had moved. I had felt the train move. I stood there, rooted to the spot, just staring out the open doors at the empty, silent station. My mind was screaming, "This isn't happening. This is a dream." You fell asleep on the train. Wake up, wake up. But I was awake. I could feel the cold metal of the pole under my white-knuckled grip. I could smell that dank, earthy smell. I could hear the blood roaring in my ears. The doors stayed open, and open, and open, longer than they should. Long enough for the cold to seep into my bones, for the sheer, unreasoning terror to completely paralyze me. I couldn't move. I couldn't step out. I couldn't even scream. Then, slowly, they slid shut. The train jolted forward. I collapsed against the pole, my whole body trembling violently. I was gasping for air, my chest so tight it hurt. I looked at the window, at my own terrified reflection. What the hell was that? A glitch? Some kind of loop? The train picked up speed, rushing through the dark tunnel. I just held on, my mind a whirlwind of panic and confusion. I kept waiting for the next announcement, for it to happen again, for the voice to say Babaoshan a third time. But it didn't. A few minutes later, the normal bright lights of Sanyuanqiao station appeared. The train slowed and stopped. The doors opened. The platform here was normal. A couple of people were waiting to get on. They looked normal. They were talking, looking at their phones. They glanced at me, sitting on the floor, pale and shaking, and then quickly looked away. I stumbled off the train. I didn't care that it wasn't my stop. I just had to get off. I stood on the platform, watching the train pull away, and then I ran up the stairs, through the gates, and out into the cold night air. I hailed a taxi and spent way too much money to get home, but I couldn't get back on the subway. I've been sitting here ever since. The sun is up now. It's a new year. I should feel hopeful or something, but I don't. I just feel cold and scared and completely lost. I keep going over it in my head. The silent people in their worn-out clothes, the empty platform, the announcement, the same announcement. The doors opening onto the exact same place twice. I don't know what it was. A technical malfunction, a mass hallucination. I was tired, but I wasn't that tired. It felt more real than anything I've ever experienced. It felt like I slipped through a crack in the world for a few minutes, and I saw something I was never supposed to see. I served a ghost once, a story my grandfather told, but this was different. This wasn't one ghost. This was a whole train car full of them, or something else. Something I can't name. I don't have an explanation. I don't have a neat ending. It just happened, and then it stopped, and now I'm here, and I don't know what to do with any of it. I don't think I'll ever be able to take that late train again. Story 19. It was one of those family gatherings that only happens once every few years, when everyone makes the effort to travel back to the province. My uncle's house was the family anchor, this big old place that had seen generations come and go. The air always smelled different there, like old wood, damp earth from the nearby fields, and whatever massive feast was cooking in the kitchen. That night was loud and warm and full of life. We were all in the backyard, under these strings of bare bulbs that threw long dancing shadows everywhere. The table was crammed with food, lechon, pancit, all the classics, and the beer and rum were flowing without stopping. I'd been drinking with my cousins since the sun went down, the kind of steady, happy drinking where you lose track of the hours and just exist in the noise and the laughter. My face felt warm, and the world had that soft, fuzzy edge to it. I was tipsy, sure, but I knew where I was and what I was doing. I wasn't blackout drunk. It must have been around 1 in the morning when my bladder finally insisted on a break. The makeshift bathroom outside, the one near the pig pen, was occupied, so I decided to head into the main house. I remember pushing the screen door open, the squeak of its spring too loud in my ears. The inside of the house was a different world. Quiet. Still. The only light came from a single fluorescent bulb in the kitchen, casting a cold, bluish glow down the hallway. The lively shouts and music from the backyard were muffled, like hearing a party from underwater. That's when I first heard it, a low sound like someone crying. It was coming from the living room, which was pitch black. I stopped for a second, my hand on the wall to steady myself. I could make out shapes, the dark lump of the sofa, the taller shape of the bookshelf, and in the darkness I could hear it clearly now. It wasn't loud sobbing, but a quiet, miserable weeping, the kind that's trying to be stifled. A woman's voice, I thought. Maybe one of my aunts, overwhelmed by the emotion of seeing everyone. My tipsy brain just filed it away. Not your business, I told myself. Someone's just emotional. Do your thing and get back to the party. I shuffled down the hall towards the comfort room. The floorboards, old and worn smooth, creaked under my slippers. The door to the comfort room was at the very end of the hall, past the bedrooms. It was a small, standalone room, not connected to any bedroom. As I got closer, I saw the door was shut. I remember feeling a flicker of annoyance. I just wanted to pee and get back to the fun. I was about to reach for the doorknob when the door opened from the inside and my uncle walked out. It was him, no question. He was a big man with a broad chest and a kind, round face that was usually split by a huge grin. He was wearing his typical home clothes, a loose white sando undershirt and a pair of checkered shorts. Everything about him was normal, except it wasn't. The first thing I noticed was the silence. The door didn't make a sound when he opened it. No click of the latch, no squeak of the hinges. It just swung open, utterly silent, and he moved out into the hallway in that same complete silence. His bare feet made no noise on the wooden floor. My drunk, social brain kicked in automatically. "Oh, sorry, Tito," I said, my words a little slurred. I even did that little respectful bow we do for our elders, dipping my head and my shoulders forward. He didn't look at me. He just walked past. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, looking down the dark hallway towards the kitchen. His face is what's burned into my memory. It was completely blank, no expression at all. It wasn't angry or sad, it was just empty. His skin looked pale under the dim light, almost waxy. His jowls, which usually jiggled when he laughed, were just still. He was my uncle, but the life, the energy that made him was gone. It was like looking at a photograph of him, but one that was moving. He passed so close to me I could have reached out and touched his arm. I didn't. A coldness seemed to radiate from him, a pocket of chill air in the warm, stuffy hallway. He didn't acknowledge my apology. He didn't nod. He didn't grunt. He just moved down the hall with a steady, purposeful walk that was completely soundless, and then he turned the corner towards the kitchen and was gone. I stood there for a few seconds, my heart thumping a little too hard. The encounter was so weird, so off, that it cut through my drunkenness. That was rude, I thought, a spike of genuine irritation rising in me. I know he's the host and all, but a simple okay wouldn't have killed him. I shook my head, blaming the alcohol for making me oversensitive. I pushed the weirdness down, stepped into the comfort room, and locked the door behind me. The room was small and smelled faintly of bleach and dampness. I did my business, my mind already drifting back to the party, to the half-finished bottle of beer waiting for me with my cousins. I washed my hands, the water shockingly cold on my skin. I looked at myself in the small, spotted mirror above the sink. My face was flushed from drinking. I looked alive. He had looked not dead, but not alive either, just neutral, empty. I pushed the thought away again. Stop it. You're drunk and being stupid. I walked back down the hall, this time noticing how loud my own footsteps were in comparison. The crying from the living room had stopped. The house was silent again. I felt a rush of relief as I pushed the screen door open and stepped back into the noise and light of the backyard. The warm, smoky air felt like a blanket. I found my spot at the table with my cousins and grabbed my beer. It was maybe 10-15 minutes later. The party was starting to wind down a little. The music was lower and people were talking in smaller, quieter groups. I was laughing at something one of my cousins said when I saw my aunt, my uncle's wife, standing near the back door of the house, talking to my mom and my eldest cousin. Her face was streaked with tears. Her eyes were red and puffy. My laughter died in my throat. I nudged the cousin next to me. "What's going on with Tita?" I whispered. He looked over, his smile fading. "I don't know. She's been like that on and off all night." My mum noticed us looking and came over, her own expression grim. She put a hand on my shoulder. Her touch was heavy. "Your Tita is having a hard time," she said softly, so only our little group could hear. "We all are. It's the first big gathering since—" She trailed off, and a cold knot began to form in my stomach. "Since what?" I asked, my voice sounding small. My mum looked at me, her eyes full of a sadness I didn't understand. "Since your Tito passed away." The words didn't make sense. They were just sounds. I blinked. "What? Tito? Who?" "Your Tito," she said, gesturing vaguely towards the house. He had a massive heart attack. It was so sudden last night. The world didn't slow down, it didn't stop, it just tilted. The noise of the party seemed to get very far away, like everyone was at the end of a long tunnel. My skin went cold, then hot, then cold again. My heart wasn't just thumping now, it was slamming against my ribs, a frantic, panicked drum. Last night, I managed to choke out. The words felt like sand in my mouth. That's not possible. I just saw him inside. I talked to him. My mum gave me a sad, pitying look. Honey, no, you didn't. You've had a lot to drink. It's the grief. We're all feeling it. No. The word came out sharper than I intended. I was shaking my head, my whole body starting to tremble. I'm telling you, I saw him. I went inside to use the bathroom, and he came out of the comfort room. I apologized to him. He walked right past me. The cousins around me had gone quiet. They were all looking at me with a mixture of concern and confusion. One of them, the one I'd been drinking with the most, spoke up. Dude, you okay? Tito died yesterday evening. The body, it's at the funeral home in town. They're preparing it for the wake tomorrow. The floor felt like it dropped out from under me. The coldness I'd felt in the hallway wasn't just a draft. The silence of his footsteps wasn't just my imagination. The empty, waxy look on his face. It wasn't him being rude or tired. It was because he wasn't there. The man I bowed to, the man I apologized to, had been dead for nearly a full day. A violent, uncontrollable chill seized my entire body. It was so powerful my teeth started chattering. I wrapped my arms around myself, but I couldn't get warm. The memory of him walking past me replayed in my head, but now every detail was horrifying. The utter silence, the fixed, forward gaze, the complete lack of any human recognition. I had been in the presence of something that should not have been there. I had interacted with it. I felt the bile rise in my throat. I thought I was going to be sick right there at the table. The happy, tipsy feeling was gone, replaced by a pure, undiluted terror that was freezing me from the inside out. My skin was crawling, a million tiny pins and needles. I could still feel the spot in the hallway where he'd passed me, that patch of cold air clinging to my skin. I looked from my mom's concerned face to my cousins' bewildered ones. I saw the truth in their eyes. They weren't lying. They weren't playing a prank. My uncle was dead. He had been dead before I even arrived at the house that afternoon. So what did I see? What did I talk to? The party continued around us, a bubble of oblivious life, while I sat there trapped in a nightmare. I couldn't speak. I couldn't tell them. The words were stuck in my frozen throat. What would I even say? Hey, I think I just saw Uncle's ghost. They'd think I was crazy or just too drunk. They were already looking at me like I was losing it. My Tita was already grieving, her heart shattered. I couldn't add my insane story to her pain. I couldn't tell anyone. I just sat there, nursing my beer, trying to force my body to stop shaking. I nodded along to conversations I didn't hear. I pretended to smile. All the while, my mind was screaming. I kept glancing at the back door, half expecting, half terrified that I would see him standing there again, looking out with those empty eyes. When we finally left, just as the sky was starting to lighten to a dull grey, the goodbyes were a blur. I hugged my Tita, and her body felt so small and fragile. I couldn't meet her eyes. I felt like I was carrying a terrible dark secret. The car ride home was silent. I stared out the window at the passing rice fields, but I wasn't seeing them. I was seeing that hallway. I was feeling that cold air. I was seeing his face. I never told any of them, not my parents, not my cousins, no one. What would be the point? It wouldn't change anything. He was still gone. But it changed everything for me. That provincial house, the place of so many happy childhood memories, is now permanently stained with that one moment. The line between the living and the dead, something I never really thought about, felt paper thin that night, and I was the one who accidentally brushed up against the other side. I still don't know why he was there. If he was checking on the party, if he was confused, or if it was just some echo, a leftover piece of energy in the house he loved. I don't know why I was the one to see him. Maybe it was the alcohol, lowering my inhibitions, making me just open enough to perceive something I wasn't supposed to. All I know for sure is that around 1 in the morning, in a quiet hallway, I spoke to my uncle. I bowed to him out of respect, and he was already a day gone. And the chilling, silent emptiness in his eyes is something I will never, ever forget. I can still feel the cold spot where he walked past me. Story 20. The house had these noises. All old houses do, right? You get used to the settling sounds, the wind in the eaves, the pipes groaning, but this was different. It had started a few months before the big incident. Just little things. I'd be in my room, and I'd hear a faint creak from the stairs, like someone had put their weight on one of the steps. Or I'd be watching telly in the living room and hear what sounded like a drawer closing softly in the kitchen. At first I brushed it off. It was an old house. It breathed. That's what my dad always said. The house is just breathing, son. But this didn't feel like breathing. It felt like walking. The main thing was the staircase. It was this narrow wooden staircase that led down from the main part of the house to the basement kitchen. The kitchen was kind of dark and damp with a flagstone floor, and we didn't use it much except for storage. But those stairs were the noisiest part of the whole house. Every single step had its own unique creak, its own little voice. I knew them all from running up and down them 1,000,000 times. The 3rd step from the top had a short, sharp crack. The 7th step groaned like an old man. The one right at the bottom had this long, drawn-out whine. This particular day was a grey, drizzly afternoon. The kind where the light just gives up and everything feels flat and dull. I was upstairs in my bedroom, which was at the front of the house, playing video games. I remember it so clearly because I was trying to beat a level on GoldenEye for the Nintendo 64, and I kept dying at the same part. I was totally absorbed, my thumbs aching from mashing the buttons, the tinny sound of gunfire coming from the small telly on my desk. The first thing that broke through my concentration was a click. It was a soft, precise sound. It came from downstairs. I paused the game, my finger hovering over the button. I listened. Nothing. Just the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen downstairs and the faint patter of rain against my window. I shrugged and unpaused. Probably just the house. Always the house. A few minutes later, there was another sound. This one was different. It was a scrape, like a chair being pushed back very slowly on the flagstone floor of the basement kitchen. My stomach did a little flip. I was home alone. I knew I was. Mum was at work until 6, and Dad was helping a farmer friend mend a fence a few villages over. I was the only soul in the house. I put the controller down. The game music kept playing, a tense, repetitive beat that suddenly felt incredibly loud. I strained my ears, trying to hear over it. For a long moment, there was nothing, just the rain and my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. I was about to convince myself I was being stupid when I heard it. A creak. It wasn't just any creak. It was the creak, the one from the 3rd step from the top of the basement stairs, the short, sharp crack. My blood went cold. It's a cliché, but it's true. I felt this icy wave wash over me, from the top of my head right down to my toes. Someone or something was on the stairs, and it was coming up. I sat there on my bed, frozen solid. I couldn't move. It was like my body had been filled with concrete. My brain was screaming at my legs to get up, to run, to lock the door. But nothing happened. I was just a statue listening. Then came another creak, the 7th step, the groaning one. It was a slow, deliberate sound. It wasn't the sound of someone running up the stairs. It wasn't the sound of the house settling. This was the sound of weight being placed carefully, 1 foot at a time on a wooden step. There was a pause after each one, a long, awful silence where I held my breath, waiting. The next step was the one with the high-pitched whine near the middle of the flight. It sang out, higher than the others, and it seemed to hang in the air. My room was at the end of the hallway. The door to the basement stairs was at the other end. It was maybe 20 feet away. The hallway was dark because I never bothered to turn the light on during the day. I could see the strip of darkness under my door. Another creak. Closer now, I could picture it in my mind with perfect, horrifying clarity. It was on the 5th step, then the 4th. The footsteps were ascending, slowly, so slowly. Each creak was a little louder than the last, a little closer. The pitch was changing too. As they got higher up the stairs, the creaks got higher in tone, like a sick, twisted musical scale playing a song just for me. I started to tremble. It was a fine, uncontrollable shake that started in my hands and moved up my arms. My mouth was completely dry. I tried to swallow, but there was nothing to swallow. I could feel every single beat of my heart slamming against my ribs. It was so loud I was sure whatever was on the stairs could hear it. The logical part of my brain, the tiny part that was still working, was trying to come up with explanations. A cat. We didn't have a cat. The wind. There was no wind inside the house. A burglar. What burglar walks that slowly, making that much noise? The footsteps kept coming. Step. Pause. Creak. Step. Pause. Creak. They were on the top 3 steps now. I knew the sounds of these ones intimately. The second step from the top had a double creak, like it was protesting twice. I heard it. First creak. A second of silence that felt like an hour. Second creak. It was on the landing. The top of the basement stairs opened onto a small, square landing right outside my bedroom door. There was a worn-out rug there and a small table with a vase that always had fake flowers in it. I could hear the faint sound of feet on that rug, a soft shuffling sound. It had reached the top. This was the worst part. The pure, undiluted horror of it. It was right there. On the other side of my door. I was staring at the door handle, a cheap brass thing waiting for it to turn. I was convinced that in the next second that handle would slowly rotate downwards and the door would swing open to reveal... I didn't know what. I didn't let myself imagine what. That was the most terrifying part. The not knowing. My mind was a blank screen of sheer animal fear. I couldn't breathe. I realized I'd been holding my breath for what felt like minutes. My lungs were burning. I let the air out in a shaky, silent gasp and sucked another one in, trying to be as quiet as possible. The tears started then. Not crying, just tears of pure panic leaking from the corners of my eyes, hot against my cold skin. I was crying without making a sound. The shuffling on the other side of the door stopped. It was just standing there. I could feel a presence. It's hard to explain, but you know when someone is standing near you, even if you can't see them. It was like that, a heavy, watchful feeling emanating from the other side of the wood. The air in my room felt thick and charged, like before a thunderstorm. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me, a petrified kid on a bed, and it, whatever it was, standing silently in the hallway. It could have been 10 seconds. It could have been 10 minutes. Time had lost all meaning. Then it moved. It wasn't towards my door. It shuffled away, down the hallway towards the living room. I heard the familiar creak of the floorboard near the bathroom. Then another. It was walking away. The fear didn't leave me. It just changed shape. It was now a cold, sharp knot in my stomach. Where was it going? What was it doing? Was it just checking the house? Was it coming back? The footsteps faded as it moved into the living room. I still couldn't move. My body was refusing all commands. I was trapped in my own bedroom. I listened, straining so hard my ears hurt. I couldn't hear anything now, just the relentless rain and the frantic thumping in my chest. The silence was almost worse than the footsteps. At least with the footsteps I knew where it was. Now it could be anywhere. It could be standing right outside my door again, having circled back without a sound. It could be in the kitchen, just waiting. The not knowing was a torture all its own. I don't know what finally broke the spell. maybe a primal survival instinct that was stronger than the fear. A thought shot into my head, clear and sharp. The window. My bedroom was on the first floor, but it wasn't that high up. There was a slanted roof over the front porch right underneath it. If I could get the window open, I could climb out, slide down the roof, and jump to the ground. It was a plan. It was something to do. The concrete feeling in my limbs began to crack. I took another ragged breath. Slowly, so slowly, I thought my bones were grinding together. I pushed myself off the bed. My legs were wobbly like jelly. I had to hold onto the desk to stop myself from falling over. The video game was still paused. James Bond, frozen in a crouch, oblivious. I took a step towards the window. The floorboard creaked under my foot, and I flinched so hard I almost fell over. I stood frozen again, listening. Had it heard me? Was it coming back? Silence. I took another step and another, moving on the very edges of my feet, trying to be as light as possible. It felt like it took a year to cross the 10 feet to the window. I reached out a trembling hand and grabbed the latch. It was stiff. I had to use both hands to turn it, the metal grinding loudly in the quiet room. I was sure the noise was echoing through the whole house. I finally got it unlocked and pushed the bottom pane upwards. It slid up with a rasping sound, and a gust of cold, damp air washed over me. The sound of the rain became louder. I didn't care. I stuck my head out. The roof of the porch was there, wet and slick with rain. It was a drop of about 8 feet from the roof to the front garden. I didn't think. I just moved. I swung one leg over the windowsill, then the other, and lowered myself until I was sitting on the cold, wet stone. I pushed off, sliding down the slates on my backside. My jeans were soaked instantly. I shot off the edge of the roof and landed in a muddy flower bed with a jarring thud that knocked the wind out of me. I didn't stop. I scrambled to my feet, slipping in the mud, and ran. I didn't look back at the house. I just ran. I sprinted down our gravel driveway, my shoes splashing through puddles, the cold rain stinging my face. I ran to the neighbor's house, the closest one, about 200 yards down the lane, Mrs. Gable's house. I hammered on her door with both fists, sobbing properly now, unable to catch my breath. She opened it a moment later, her face a mask of surprise and concern. Good heavens, child. What's happened? I couldn't form a proper sentence. I just stumbled inside, babbling about someone in the house, footsteps, someone on the stairs. I was a mess, covered in mud, soaking wet, and trembling from head to toe. Mrs. Gable sat me down at her kitchen table, wrapped a blanket around me, and called my dad on her landline. My dad arrived about 20 minutes later, his truck skidding to a halt in her driveway. He came in, his face worried. I told him everything, the whole story, tumbling out of me in a jumble of tears and snot. He listened patiently, then said he'd go check the house. He and Mrs. Gable's husband, Mr. Gable, went over together. I stayed wrapped in the blanket at Mrs. Gable's table, drinking sweet tea I didn't want, listening to the clock tick on her wall. It felt like another eternity. When they came back, their faces were confused. They said the house was empty. All the doors were locked from the inside, including the front door I'd left through the window. The back door was bolted. All the windows were locked. There was no sign of a break-in. No one was there. They had checked every room, even the basement kitchen and the dusty cupboards. Nothing was out of place. My video game was still paused on my bedroom telly. They never found anything. No explanation. No logical reason for those slow, deliberate footsteps coming up the stairs. My parents were kind about it, but I could tell they thought I'd had a bad dream or let my imagination run away with me. We never spoke about it again. But I knew what I heard. I knew what I felt standing on the other side of that door. The memory of those creaking steps, each one higher in pitch, climbing towards me, is burned into my brain. I never felt safe in that house again. I started spending as much time as possible at friends' houses. I'd lie awake at night, listening, every little noise making me jump. The house had an energy after that, a feeling I can only describe as watchful. It never felt empty, even when it was. We moved away a couple of years later for my dad's job, and I was so relieved. I've never been back to that village. I'm an adult now, with a house of my own, but I still can't stand being alone in a quiet house. If I hear a floorboard creak, my heart still leaps into my throat for a split second. That afternoon stole a feeling of safety from me that I've never really gotten back. I still don't know what was on those stairs with me that day. I just know that it was real, and it was coming for my door. Story 21. Our house was this old two-story place my parents bought a few years before, and it always had these little creaks and groans that you got used to after a while. My room was at the end of the hallway upstairs, right across from my parents' bedroom. I liked it because it felt safe being so close to them, but that night it didn't feel safe at all. The day had been pretty normal. I came home from school, did my homework at the kitchen table while Mom made dinner. Spaghetti, I think, because I remember the smell of garlic and tomatoes filling the house. Dad got home late from work, around 6 o'clock, and he seemed tired but okay. We ate together, watched some TV, one of those family sitcoms where everything works out in the end. I went to bed around 9 o'clock, like usual. Mom tucked me in, kissed my forehead, and turned off the light, leaving the door open just a crack, so a sliver of hallway light spilled in. I always liked that. It made the dark less scary. I fell asleep pretty fast, but I woke up sometime later. I don't know what time it was, but it felt like the middle of the night. The house was dead quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat. I was lying there, half asleep, when I noticed something different. The sliver of light from the hallway was blocked. Not completely, but enough that I could see a shadow in the doorway. At first I thought it was Mom or Dad checking on me, which they did sometimes, but then my eyes adjusted to the dim light and I saw it was Dad. Except it wasn't right. He was just standing there, not moving, not saying anything. His face was twisted into this furious expression I'd never seen before. His eyes were wide open, unblinking, like he was staring right through me. They looked black in the low light, but I could tell they were fixed on me. His jaw was tight, and his hands were clenched at his sides. He wasn't wearing his pajamas. He had on the same clothes from earlier, the rumpled work shirt and pants. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I sat up in bed, the blankets pooling around my waist. "Dad?" I said, my voice all shaky and small. "What's wrong?" He didn't answer. He didn't move. He just kept staring with that angry, intense look. It was like he was a statue, but his eyes were alive, burning with something I couldn't understand. I felt a cold sweat break out on my back, and my hands were trembling. I remember gripping the edge of my blanket, the fabric rough under my fingers. I asked again, louder this time, "Dad, are you okay?" And then, just like that, he was gone. Not like he turned and walked away, but like he vanished. 1 second he was there, filling the doorway, and the next, the space was empty, and the hallway light was shining through again. It was so sudden it made my head spin. I blinked a few times, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks, but no, he was really gone. For a minute, I just sat there, frozen. My room felt colder, and the air was heavy, like after a storm. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs, but that was it. No footsteps. No doors closing. Nothing. My mind was racing. Why was Dad so angry? Had I done something wrong? But he'd never looked at me like that before, not even when I'd messed up big time. I had to check. I swung my legs out of bed, my feet hitting the cool wooden floor. I tiptoed to the door, peeking out into the hallway. It was empty, just the nightlight glowing softly near the stairs. I crept across to my parents' room, my heart still hammering. Their door was slightly ajar, and I could hear snoring, deep, rumbling snores that I recognized as Dad's. I pushed the door open slowly, afraid of what I might see. The room was dark, but the streetlight outside cast enough glow to see shapes. Mom was asleep on her side, facing away. Dad was on his back, mouth open, snoring away. His eyes were closed, and he looked peaceful, nothing like the furious man I'd seen in my doorway. But as I got closer, I noticed his eyes were bloodshot, like he'd been rubbing them or hadn't slept well. Even in the dim light, I could see the red veins stark against the whites. I stood there for what felt like forever, just watching him breathe. My own breathing was shallow, and I felt dizzy. How could he be here, asleep, when I'd just seen him in my room? It didn't make sense. I reached out and gently shook his shoulder. "Dad?" I whispered. He stirred, grumbling in his sleep. His eyes fluttered open, and he squinted at me. "What is it, kiddo?" he mumbled, his voice thick with sleep. "Were you in my room just now?" I asked, my voice trembling. He blinked a few times, looking confused. "No, why would I be? I've been asleep." He rolled over, pulling the covers up. "Go back to bed, it's late." I just stood there, staring at him. His denial was so casual, so sure, that it made my skin crawl. I wanted to argue, to tell him what I saw, but the words stuck in my throat. He was already drifting back to sleep, his snoring starting up again. I backed out of the room, my mind reeling. I went back to my bed and crawled under the covers, but I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at the doorway, half expecting him to reappear. The rest of the night I was on edge, jumping at every little sound. The house felt different, like it wasn't ours anymore. I kept thinking about his eyes, how wide and unblinking they were, and how he vanished like he was edited out of reality. That's the only way I can describe it, like someone had snipped him out of existence with scissors. The next morning, everything was normal. Dad was up early, making coffee, and he acted like nothing had happened. I didn't bring it up again because, what could I say? That I saw a version of him that wasn't really him. It sounds crazy, even to me, but I know it wasn't sleep paralysis. I was awake. I moved, I talked, and it wasn't a dream because the details are too sharp, too real. I remember the way the floor felt under my feet, the smell of Dad's aftershave lingering in the air after he vanished, the exact pattern of the wallpaper in the hallway that I stared at while creeping to their room. To this day, I wonder if something was impersonating him, something that wanted to scare me or worse. I've never seen anything like it again, but that one night left a mark on me. I'm always a little wary of dark doorways, and sometimes, when I'm alone, I get this prickling feeling on the back of my neck like I'm being watched. I don't have any answers, and that's the worst part. It just happened and then it was over, but it never really left me.